deliver those, or you wanted to sell something to other customers, to other groups. So you have additional orders you have to produce, or probably in the third week you have to deliver. Yes. Do you have a question? It's difficult to understand you. I cannot understand you. Okay. For instance, in the third, no, it's a problem. It's a problem to see my slides or to hear me. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Probably, for instance, we have to deliver 300, but it's well, in 3 months or 4 months, we have there is a TED week. The TED week we are using in this time, but we have to deliver it because we have to deliver on a global market, and other countries have no TED vacation stay. Okay, so we have to deliver in advance. So the numbers, we have to deliver, but we have to produce it in advance. So the production numbers will not be the same than those we have to deliver. The numbers we have to deliver. So now we are speaking about the master production schedule, and the master production schedule or production program. These are the numbers we want to produce on the highest, but only on the highest level of a production system, on the level of the products we have to deliver. No more. The master production schedule states the requirements of the end items. So for us, these are the bikes, finished goods by date and quantity. So the finished goods on the highest level of the production programs, those we have to deliver. The master production schedule translates the customer demand sales orders into production program for finished goods. Okay, and why do we do this? On the one side, we will have a balanced capacity situation. Look here, in this case here, we have to deliver 450. Here we only have to deliver 250. Oh, this will be the right numbers you have to calculate in the first period for the first period. So when we will start next week for to make the calculation for the first period. These are the numbers you have to use, but you will get it once again. Okay, in this case here, we have to deliver 450 next week, but in 4 weeks, we only have to deliver 250. And I tell you, normally you have to make an analysis of your production system concerning the capacity situation. But I tell you, if we would produce in our company 350 or also 300, this will be a really good amount for a week. If you have to produce 350, we have to set up overtime, or probably we have to produce in a second shift. And this gets more problems. And you have to pay more because in an overtime or in the second shift, it is to produce in an overtime or in a second shift is more expensive. You have to pay more for your employees. On the other side, if we would produce only 250 in a week, we have a lot of idle time. So our employees have not enough production orders have not enough production orders. So this will be probably the reason that we want to produce more, 300 or 350, because otherwise we have idle times and our employees have nothing to do. Okay, so with the production program, we will try to balance our capacity situation in the production system. Okay, and this is one reason why we are setting up a master production schedule. On the other side, I already told you, we should know what we want to produce in the future, not what we have to deliver, what we want to produce, because we have to purchase the material, the items. So if we need, for instance, a spoke or sheet metal in 4 weeks, we should know how many of mudguards do we want to produce and how many sheet metal should we buy to have enough in 4 periods. Not how many sheet metals we want to deliver or how many bikes we want to deliver. We should know how many bikes we want to produce. And this is the second reason why we have to establish a master production schedule. And this is really urgent because I tell it to you, because many times the groups, they forget to do this. And because they didn't understand that the sales program is not the same to deliver, is not the same. We have to produce. So the first step you should do is to sit together, to talk together every week what should be the master production schedule in the following weeks. So on the one side, you are responsible for the sales program, the sales numbers you want to accept. On the other side, you are responsible to set up a master production schedule to decide how many of your final products do you want to produce. And I try to explain you that not only the numbers we have to deliver is important to the master production schedule. We can say we had on the one side we have uncertainties we have to consider, and on the delivery side we have uncertainties we have to deliver, but also on the source side. We have internal factors like statistics of our machines we have to consider. Machine breaks, for instance, and so on. What's important for the master production schedule? We have external factors to do. We were talking about these external factors of delivery. We already have. He shows me that the system resources are very, very low. Probably you have problems to hear me or to see the slides. If we have connection problems, please tell me. Okay. Hello? You're here?
Yeah,
Okay.
can
So
you
if you
come
have
back?
problems, I just see from my system that we have low system resources, and if you have problems to hear me, to see my slides, please tell me. Okay?
Actually, I have a question, a small question.
Yeah?
Yeah, can you come back to the sale order and forecast
Yeah. Okay.
slide?
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, so the periods here, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
it is to, for the weekly or monthly.
Okay. Just imagine we are always doing the planning weekly.
Oh, okay.
We are doing the planning on Friday. It's Friday afternoon, and we are doing the planning for the next 4 weeks. Every week, it's a rolling planning because these forecasts will change a little bit. So every week we have to adapt the new forecasts. And if we have finished the simulation of the next week, we will get new forecasts. So the demands of the first period you will not see anymore, but you will get new forecasts for the fifth period.
Okay.
Okay. We will talk about this next week once again, and we will do the planning of one period together without strategical discussions. But I will show you how to walk next week. I will show you how to walk through step by step through the planning. But the tactical and strategical decisions we will not discuss in this. this is up to your group. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we get on the sourcing side, probably we also have to consider external factors like the price. Sometimes the price is high, and so we will decide not to produce so much because in this week or in the next weeks the price will rising up. So we will produce it probably another week before or later on. Or the delivery time, we cannot get the material we need to produce our production program. So we will adapt our production program on this information. The availability, okay. We also have internal capacities we have to consider, probably the price. I told you in overtime it's more expensive to produce than in a normal shift. The second shift or the night shift is more expensive than a normal shift. So the price of our the costs are depending on the production program, the internal delivery times of the components, for instance. If we don't have enough mud guards, we were talking about the mud guards, probably we cannot produce the rest of a bike because we have not enough mud guards. The availability. Okay, so to set up a production program is not only depending on the market situation, what do we have to deliver? We also have other reasons to consider when we are setting up the production program or the master production schedule. I will show it to you. For instance, here we are only, this is another example here. We have to deliver 150, 200, 250 of P1. P2, we have to deliver 100, 100, 150. P3 is really balanced. But in this case, look here, in the first period, we would have to deliver 300, 300, in the second 350, then 400, 450. Probably it's getting summertime in Europe. The weather is fine, and people are buying bikes because they want to ride the bike. Okay. So probably we want, in this case, the reason will be we want to balance our capacity situation. Here we don't want to produce not only 300, we want to try to produce every time for 350, because here we have to produce too much. And it's my experience in this company, I tell you, if you would produce 350, you have to set up a lot of overtime, or even to have even you have to set up another shift. And so we will produce with P3, we will produce always, we will try to produce, these are the sales numbers. And now we will try to adapt our sales numbers to a balanced production situation. So in the first period, we want to try to produce more. And now the discussion will be in your group. Well, first of all, you have to discuss how do we want to balance. You have to discuss in your group, do we have additional orders we have to consider for our production program? You have to discuss, do we want probably to increase the warehouse, or do we decrease the warehouse value, or do we want to decrease the warehouse value, because our strategical decision was we want to try to work with a very small warehouse situation. We want to try to do this, or probably there are other groups. They decide in their group the strategical way that they want to try to work with a good efficiency. So everybody has to do his job, We have not a lot of idle times, and so on. So first, probably you discussed in your group the strategy you wanna work in the next 4-5 weeks. Then then you have to discuss how do we want to balance our capacity situation. How can we refer to the decision that we want to increase the warehouse or we want to decrease the warehouse? On which item do we want to increase or decrease the warehouse? And in this case here, I decided to keep on the same level of the warehouse because just keep in, well, we can imagine we have 100 in a warehouse of each, of P1, P2, and P3. We have 100 in a warehouse. So if we will produce in the first period, not only 300, we will produce 350. We will increase the warehouse to 50 because we are producing 50 more than we have to deliver. The next week, we also will produce 50 more. So because the decision was we will try to produce always 350 or, well, if it is possible. So we will produce more, 50 more. And the decision in your group will be, well, we will do it here on P1 because we can see that P1, the delivery of P1 is increasing. In 5 weeks, we have to deliver 250. Today, only 150. So we will increase the safety stock from 100 in the first period to 150. I told you we are starting with 100 in the warehouse, and now we want to produce 50 more than we have to deliver. So we are increasing the warehouse of 50. Also here, we are producing 50 more. So at the end of the second period, we should have 200 in the warehouse. And then the third period, we will just produce the same amount we have to deliver, 350. So we keep the warehouse of 200 here in the third period, of 100 here and 100 here. And in the fourth period, so we will have a profit of the increasing warehouse. Now we can produce less in the fourth period because we are taking 50 from a warehouse, and at the end of the fourth period we will have only 150 in a warehouse, and in the fifth period there. So in this case here, I just tried to balance the capacity situation, and after 5 weeks I will have the same situation in the safety for the safety stock. I will have 100 in the warehouse. So I didn't increase the warehouse. I didn't decrease the warehouse with these decisions here. And this you have to do this you have to do in the first step every week. Every week. Okay. So, okay. Impact of the master production schedule is first to balance the load situation, always, if possible, 350, and increasing or decreasing inventory. And here in this case, it is 0. Okay, just one hour passed, and now the master production schedule and the sales forecast are not the same. I tell it just once again because I knew I had 8 groups in Germany. They just finished and they passed their exam now. And I remember I had diverse groups that didn't make the master production schedule, and at least in 7 periods they got the results of not doing this. So the master production schedule, production program defines what we want to produce. The sales forecast defines what we must in the first period and want to deliver in the following periods. Okay, so yeah, and now it's up to you to set up such a production program for yourself, everyone for himself, and to deliver it into 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 the Dropbox. Based on the following forecasts of the sales department, define a production program, a master production schedule on the level of a finished product P1, P2, and P3 for the following four periods. What are the main aspects? I just told you. Did you want to increase the warehouse? Did you want to decrease the warehouse, and so on? Or this program? Okay. And I just made a change to here. Take into uh, yesterday after we met yesterday, because I forgot first. I made some changes in the slides. I also made some changes in the assignments. So, but you will get it this afternoon when we finished, because I didn't change your documents, because probably I will change. I will also do other changes, and this is comparing your assignments from before. You already got this information in your assignments now. I made further. I already made a copy and I sent it to the Dropbox. But please create a master production schedule. Take into account the inventory of the inventory of the load system. Oh, and uh, I thought I made this changement. Okay. I will look into the take into take into account that we have save. Take into account there are 100 P1, 100 P2, and 100 P3 as safety stock in the warehouse. Okay, because otherwise you cannot reduce your production. You cannot build a production program which is lower than you have to deliver. Okay, I will save it. Okay, I saved it. So we will meet in, so probably we'll meet in 20 minutes at 8:25. Do it. Just take the PowerPoint slides and write down your warehouse, your production numbers, and what are so the value of P1, what are the main aspects? Did you want to increase or decrease the warehouse? And if possible, just write down probably also what should be the numbers of safety stock in every week from every product. So we will meet in at 8:30 now. Okay?
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Just give
Okay.
me a sign, because otherwise I don't know if you're here or Tao. I call you Tao. I never know what's the right name. Juan Tao.
Just towel is okay. It's
Tao is okay. Okay. That's difficult for us. I take 5 minutes for a coffee to make a coffee, and then I will be back. And if you have any question, just ask me. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Mr. Graf,
Yeah.
you still there? Yep. Can you hear me?
You have a question?
Yes, Professor. I'm still not very clear as on the calculation, the methods of calculation for the master production schedule.
Yeah.
So, would you be able to give me a quick walkthrough? For example, for one period, how would I be able to calculate the master production schedule based on the sale forecast?
Look here, you should, these are the sales forecasts here. You can see my slides.
Yes, Professor, I can see your
Okay.
slide.
In the first period, we have to deliver 400. And probably your decision can be that you don't want to produce 400, you want to produce less than 400. So you have for the first period, you have to set up the numbers, you have to calculate the numbers you want to produce in the first period. Probably your decision is to produce, for instance, 300. In this case, you have to decide in which with which final product you want to produce not the same amount you have to you have to deliver, and probably you will do it. And this is a strategical or a tactical decision. You will do it for the main spikes. The reason is because for the main spikes here, for instance, you need only a very few number of bikes to deliver. So probably the 100 in the warehouse is too much. So you can decide that you will reduce the warehouse to only 50. And you make the same decision here for P2. You will not produce 100, the number you have to deliver. You will take 50 from a warehouse. So you only will produce not 100, only 50, and the other 50 you will take from a warehouse. Let me T1. So probably I can imagine I will produce 150 here. So if I will produce 150 and I have to deliver 100, I will keep the safety stock to 100. And my decision was not to produce 400, to produce only 300, or I want to produce only 300. If it is right, it's up to you to decide this. So, no, sorry. I only want to produce 300, and the result will be okay. Here I decided not to I have to deliver 100, but I only want to produce 50. So I will not at the end of a period I will not have 100 in a warehouse. I will only have 50 in a warehouse because I produced 50 less I have to deliver, so I take 50 from a warehouse, so the warehouse will be reduced from 100 to 50. And I decided the same here for the for the main spikes. I do not want to produce 150, I only want to produce 100. And the warehouse will be reduced at the end of a period of to 50. So now the amount in the warehouse will be only 200. The next period might be that I will try to produce, here, I decided to produce 350. Okay. The next period, I can decide also to produce 300. So I will keep, I will produce as much I have to deliver. So I will keep my warehouse situation like it is. I will increase my production here 150. So at the end of the period, I will have not only 50 in a warehouse because I'm producing more, I will have 100 in a warehouse. And here I will produce only 50, the same amount I have to deliver. So I will keep the reduced warehouse to 50. So the production numbers here will be once again 300. I try to balance my capacity and my warehouse. And now I will have increased the warehouse from 200 to 250. And so on. Was this a question or could I help you?
Thank you, Professor. I think this is very clear now.
So
Yeah.
I decided what I want to produce, and here is the result in the warehouse. When I produce less than I have to deliver, the warehouse will be reduced. Okay. And on the one side, now for me, I decided I will try to produce only 300 all the week. And probably you can also find that the decision that over the next 5 periods, you also want to decrease the warehouse value. Yeah?
And
You can
also,
see
Professor,
here, I decreased 200 to 200, then I increased it a little bit more, but probably, okay, and you have to balance it. And okay, try
yeah. Also, I have one additional questions
Yeah.
concerning this part. Regarding the safety stock for each type of bike, as well as the
Just wait, I will try to make it a little bit louder. Probably, no, it's not better. Just repeat your question once again.
yes, I would like to ask another question. Is that the production amount and the warehouse stock, all these amounts would be defined by us, or is this a fixed
Oh,
number?
yeah, it will be defined by you. It's
Oh, I see, I see.
it's your strategy. Do we want it to reduce in our company? Do we want to work with a reduced warehouse? And do we want to try to get a good delivery reliability in our warehouse with a reduced warehouse situation? And you will see it's more difficult to work with a reduced warehouse situation than with a full warehouse situation. But if you have a reduced warehouse, you have less costs. So it's the decision what you want to produce, and the decision of your warehouse situation is up to your group and up to you. Okay?
Thank you, Professor.
Uh-huh.
I have no further question.
Okay. I'm asking you, could you finish your planning of a master production schedule?
Not yet, Professor.
Okay,
Can we have like more 10 minutes?
10 minutes. So 10 minutes more, 8:40. I'm here. If you have a question, ask me. Okay.
Can we do it on Excel instead of slide?
You don't see the slides?
No, I can see the slide, but on the Excel it can it has some formula, and I can get.
You take you take the assignments I gave you in the Dropbox. You got the assignments in PowerPoint, and so you can
I
write
see.
so you can write it in the assignments of PowerPoint, and you make a copy in your personal Dropbox. And every time when you have to finish an assignment, you drop it in the Dropbox. You can always use the same PowerPoint file. I will show it to you in the Dropbox.
Okay.
Let me go. I hope you can see it. The Dropbox. I have a Dropbox here. GPEM. This is yours. And lecture documents. Sorry, assignments. And this is in PowerPoint. So you can open it. And now you can enter your numbers here, and you write it down into your Dropbox. You will find you make a copy in your Dropbox and you write down your numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I didn't explain it.
Yeah, Professor,
Yeah.
at the period 5, I want to clear my warehouse. It's okay. My means I don't want to any stock in the warehouse.
Okay, it's okay. It's up to you to decide it. If you don't want to produce if you only want to produce 50, so you will reduce the warehouse to 0. And it's just a strategic decision to do this. And it's up to the groups to decide this. The problem is not the mathematical calculations. The problems are the strategical decisions in what we are doing the next periods. And what you can see is just a proposal from my side, just to show you how you can do it.
I copy my calculation on the chat box. Can you take a look and give me a feedback?
Okay. Putri, okay. Hello, you're back.
Yes.
Thank you for your.
Currently, I am working in the automotive industry, so I don't want to any stock in we have warehouse. It's not good for us.
Putri, I will check. Dropbox, TPM. So your number is, do you know? What's your number? 3, druck 1. Who 3? The last one. Number 23.
Yeah, 23.
But there's nothing in the Dropbox now. I thought you put something in the Dropbox.
I just copy on the chat box. So
Yeah, you just take it and you put it in your Dropbox, and now you can well, and every time when you have to do something, you can change it, and you can write your numbers in the PowerPoint, and okay.
Okay, now I copy on
It's
the.
taking more time because I didn't explain it too much. So sorry. Okay. If you have questions, ask me. I'm here. I took my coffee and 3 in 1. Cafe Huatan. What does it mean? Huatan? Cafe Huatan. I have a I have a Vietnamese coffee.
Instant
3 in
coffee.
1.
When
Yeah.
when will you visit Vietnam?
I will fly on Wednesday, and we will arrive on Thursday.
Mhm.
I will be in Ho Chi Minh City on Friday, and we will meet on Saturday. And
Wow.
well, and after our course, after the exam, I have a week free to visit Vietnam, or I don't know. I don't know what we will do. I will come together with my wife, and sometimes
Yeah.
we went to Laos, and the other time we went to Myanmar. But this is not so good in this time. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Correct.
And Cambodia is not so far away, and or we stay in Vietnam, going to the, but in the time between the two weekends,
Mhm.
we will go to the seaside. We have
Yes.
a nice hotel uh, in Vũng Tàu, and
I just come back from Vũng Tàu City.
yeah, it's a nice place to stay there, and it's not so far away, and internet connection. Okay,
Yeah.
so we can meet in the evening, and I hope the weather will be much better than here. Now it's raining. It's raining outside, and it says 0 degrees, and it's not fine.
Yes. Currently in Vietnam, the weather is cloudy.
Yeah,
Not much sunshine, but I think that's okay. Better than
it's okay.
Germany. Yeah.
Yeah.
Around 25 or 30 degrees.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I copy the file on the box 23.
I could
You
see
can
it. I
check.
can see it, yes. And I just open it. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I will. So, okay, that's good. So you decided to decrease the warehouse, to decrease the warehouse, not to work with the warehouse, not to work with the warehouse. With
Yes.
not to have a safety stock. Okay, it's a decision. It's a strategic decision, and only to. Okay, I will close it now.
But the principle for that, I can calculate based on your principle, and you see that, right?
I will check it afterwards. Doesn't matter. It's just important that you are doing it, so that I don't have to explain too much next week.
Mhm.
And you know what we are talking about when we are starting next week. And you can discuss it in your group. That's the reason, because we are doing the assignments. Otherwise, I have to go to you and explain it once again. Okay.
Yeah.
It mustn't be the 100% correct, but I want to see that you treated this and you made it. Okay. And you know what's the content of it. Okay.
Professor,
Yeah.
can I ask you another questions?
Yeah.
Regarding the decision for the production amounts and the stock levels.
To make it a little bit louder, or
Can you hear me better now?
yes, it's better.
Right. So regarding the decision for the stock amount and the production amount for each period, is there a limit to how
No.
much we can
No.
decide?
No, there's no limit, but it will change every week. It will change a little bit, more or less. And if you want to reduce your warehouse, and you want to reduce it very much, it's not possible. You only can reduce your warehouse as much as you're selling. You know, this could be a limit. You could see the. I will show you again. Not. You have less system resources. Okay. If I want to produce only. No, here it's not so good. Yeah, if you will try to reduce less than you have in a warehouse, that's not possible. Let me. Not 3. The system is very slow in this moment. It's not opening. Hat 3 Dateien geändert. Okay. Sorry. Also, Dropboxes. Okay. Let me open this one. Look here. Huang, look here. Look here. The decision of this here is not to have nothing in the warehouse after five periods. And you cannot reduce more. So you have to
Professor, sorry, I believe that you're not sharing the thing that you're writing, because
Okay.
it seems
So,
like the
sorry,
slide is.
I will try to share it.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Its system is really slow. Freigeben. Okay, this one. Look here, in this planning master production schedule, I don't know what he is doing here. In this planning, we will reduce from 300 in a warehouse. In the beginning, we have 300 in a warehouse, and here we are reducing from 300 to 200 because we just want to produce less from P2 and P3. In the second period, we are increasing a little bit more the warehouse. So we have 250, then 350, then 200, and at least here we are reducing to 0. I don't know why to 0 in this case here, but it wouldn't be possible to decrease more because we on the other side, we want to deliver our customer. And if we would produce less than those numbers here, we cannot deliver our customer. So we only can reduce the safety stock to 0. Otherwise, we will not deliver our customer. And this is look here. We are here in the first period. We are producing 100 less than we have to deliver. So we are reducing the warehouse. The next week, we are producing 50 more than we have to deliver. I will see 100. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. We want to produce 100. Okay, we are producing 50 more than we have to deliver. So we are producing 300. So we are increasing the warehouse. The next period, the third period here, we are producing 100 more than we have to deliver. Here we keep the same amount. Here we also. So we are increasing the warehouse from 100 to 200 of this year. And in the fourth period here, we are producing 100 less and 100. And here we are producing 50 more. So we are increasing, we are decreasing warehouse because we are only producing 100 less here and 100 less. So this should not be right. I will just calculate it. We have to deliver 250. We are producing 150. And so we will reduce the warehouse from 200 to 100. Here we will produce the same amount we have to deliver. So we will keep the warehouse situation like it is. And here we have to deliver 50, but we want to produce only 50. So we will reduce. That's right. So our warehouse will be, in our warehouse, there will be 100 plus 50 plus 50, 200. It's right. So the next period, and now, I don't know, Ausblenden, just I have an information here. The next period, we have to deliver 250. We only want to produce 150. And here we also want to produce, so 200, 100. So we are reducing the warehouse to 0. From P2, we will only produce 100 instead of 150 because so we will reduce the warehouse to 0. And also here with P3, we want to reduce to 0. I don't know if it is a good strategic decision because our production situation will be not balanced. On the one side, well, we are producing 300, 200, 250, and 250. And we are reducing the warehouse in the last period to 0. Probably it should be better to keep a little bit in the warehouse because if the demand will increase, so we should have something in the safety stock. I'm not sure. Well, it's a strategic decisions. The numbers are right, and but in the last period it's not possible to produce less than we are producing here. If we would produce only 100 of P1 in the last period, we would not be able to have a 100% of delivery reliability, because we have to deliver 250. We have to deliver 250. We have to deliver 250. We kept 100 in a warehouse, and if we would produce only 100, we need 50 more. And if we do not produce those 50, we have not a 100% of delivery reliability. So there is a minimum we should produce to have a 100% delivery reliability. But we can produce as much as we want. There is no restriction to produce more, and we have as much as we want financial capacity. There is no restriction. Okay.
Yeah, I got it, but I try to familiarize with your calculation and principle.
Okay.
So, understand first.
So just let me see. Okay. So let's go on. It's possible to go on. No, I changed my Freigeben. We will go back here. I have to close different I want to close different pages here. Probably this is close it. No. Sorry. Okay. Now. Can you see the slide now? The course? Hello.
No, I
Oh.
still see the slide of the
Okay, I will try.
assignment.
Okay, now I went back to the course slides. Can you see it now?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh. Freigabe stoppen. Muss ich ganz mal freigeben. Why not? Freigeben. Please tell me when you can see it. Manchmal komisch so sein.
Mein Bild
Okay, freigeben. Ich will das hier freigeben und das ist frei.
Ja, die ist jetzt gleich.
Ja.
Ich weiß es, ich habe gar keine Ahnung von dem Zeug.
Ich auch nicht. I have problems to show you my slides now. I don't know
Was
what
ist da mein Bildschirm? Was ist das?
mein Bildschirm. You cannot see the slides. Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
We cannot see.
Uh-huh.
still see the assignment.
Cannot check how I did. What I can do, I can close it. I will close the Zoom and I'll try to come back. No, probably it's not.
Das
The
freigegeben.
screen sharing ist gestoppt, da das freigegebene Fenster geschlossen ist. Okay. Fenster ist geschlossen, aber ich will. Okay.
Teil.
Freigabe von mehreren Teilen gleichzeitig möglich. Jetzt gehen wir mal darüber. Wo sind die Slides? Freigeben.
Warme Vorbereitung.
Please tell me if you can see something.
We see the assignment from.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You see the
Now we can. Okay, now we see the assignment. That's good. I will close it. Is it possible? So, and now I will start to open. No, not this. I was. So I have supply chain management. The start. He stops the screening. Once again, this is here.
Yes, we can see it.
Sorry. Okay, let's go on. Next step. There's time today. Ooh. Okay, we have to. Now we are going on with the material requirement planning. And we set up a master production schedule. And depending on this master production schedule now, we want to go on to make the calculation of all the components we need and all the purchasing parts we need, depending on the master production schedule. Material requirements planning is production planning and inventory control. It attempts to keep at adequate inventory levels to assure that required materials are available when needed. Okay. We ensure the availability of the materials. We want to try to keep the lowest possible level of inventory because we have to pay for the warehouse and for the inventory. And we have to plan the manufacturing activities, deliveries, schedules, and purchasing activities. Okay. On the one side, we have to do the calculation for the requirements. We are using the bill of material. We are using the aware used list. I will explain it later. We are using the master production schedule. You know what it is. Here we decided how many of the end products we want to produce. And probably we can also use the past usage. On the other side, we have to make the calculation, the stock calculation. We have to look into our warehouse, what is the actual inventory. We have to look for the work in progress in our production system. If there are orders being produced in the production system, but not finished, we have to look for the purchase orders, which are not in the stock we are waiting for. And we have to look for the production orders we already were initiated but not started, so we cannot find it physically. Okay, those information we have to bring it together, considering that we also want to have safety stock, and the result will be our order planning. What will we produce on the one side? And what do we have to purchase on the other side? The safety stock will be necessary because we have a lot of uncertainties, and the main uncertainty in production system will be the delivery. It's most time-based. So the delivery time, number one, it's time-based. Sometimes we get it early. Sometimes we get it later, but well, most time we get it at the right time. We hope we get it at the right time, assuming we have a normal deviation. And the next another important uncertainty will be the demand. Will be demand related. Sometimes we need more or less to deliver. So this is number two, the demand. This is more inventory based. We need more or less, for instance, for the next weeks for the next weeks, and also for those we have to consider that we have some safety stock. And the third reason will be the calculation methods. I will show you. We have different calculation methods. There are some calculation methods which are very intensive to calculate, and they are really exact. But we have to do a lot of work to do it. On the other side, we have very simple calculation methods, but they are not so exact. And probably we will use the simple calculation methods for the C articles, for those who are not so expansive, so that we can solve capacity in our planning. On the other side, we will use exact calculation methods where the material is more expensive. We are talking about deterministic requirement planning methods and stochastic requirement plannings. The deterministic requirements planning are more exact and requires more efforts to do it, while the stochastic requirement plannings are based on mathematical and statistical methods. They need less they are less exact and requires lower efforts. We are using in our simulation, in our simulation study, we are using two deterministic requirement planning methods, but I just want to show you other methods we also can use, our other stochastic methods. If you are talking about deterministic methods, there are two ways to use those. With a bill of material, we are using an analytic top-down method. In a bill of material, we find all the components we need to produce a product, and here this will be the end product E1. And so we can see that we need one group A and one purchased item 1 and B. And now we can walk through to calculate what should be the amount we need to produce one. Or if we want to produce 100, we will do the calculation for 100. So we need, for instance, here for A, we need 1 to produce 1 E1. So we need 100 to do it. We need the group B 2 times to produce 1 EA. So we need 200, and we need 200 D, and we need 400 item one. So with a bill of material, in the analytic way, we are calculating top down, beginning with a number of end products. But there is also another way to calculate, which is not so extensive, and it's more easy to do it. It's a synthetic bottom-up method. And the synthetic bottom-up method, we get a where-used list. And in the where-used list, we will find the numbers we need to produce one final product. And it's more easy to calculate the numbers we need to produce special numbers of end products. It's not so exact like the analytic method, and it's more easy to calculate it. I will just give you examples, and we will do these examples. So we have, on the one side, we have a bill of material. We are just talking about the bill of material. This is a list of components we need to produce the final product. And in a summarized, we have two different methods. You will get two different bills of materials, either a summarized bill of material. In a summarized bill of material, you will get the whole number do you need to produce the end product. So, for instance, for the spokes, to produce a wheel, the spokes, these are the small pins to produce a wheel. We will find in the summarized bill of materials that you need 72 spokes to produce one bike. In a structured bill of material, we don't get these absolute number of items we need to produce. We will find this in a summarized bill of material. We will find the structure of how to produce and to assemble a product, and we always get the number of items we need to produce the components we want to use to assemble the product. I will show it to you. Look here. This is P1. You remember, it's a children's bike. This will be a structured bill of material. In a structured bill of material, I can see we need one E26. This is a component, is a group. E26 is a pedal group. And we need one E52 to produce one P2, one P1. We also need different purchase items. For instance, K21, we need one to produce one P1. K24, we need one. K27, we need one to produce one P1. To produce one E51, this is a group. We need different purchased item, but we need also other groups like E16. I think this is the saddle. And one E17. This is the handle group, the handlebar. And we need one bike without saddle and handlebar. So this is a structured bill of material. We see in this bill of material, we can see the structure, how to assemble, how to produce the end product. And we always get the numbers we need to produce the component we will use. So here, these numbers here in E26, 2, 1, and 2, these are the numbers we need to produce one E26. And the number of 1 here means that we need one E26 group to produce one P1. For instance, here you can see we need 36 items to produce one E4. E4 will be a front or rear wheel. So this number tells us that we need 36 spokes to produce one E4, and E4 is being used one to produce to produce E50, and E50 we need one time to produce one E51, and one E51 we need to produce one P1. In the summarized bill of material, this is more, here you get no structure, how to produce the end product. Here you get only the information that K53 we needed 72 times. 72 times means the spokes we need to produce one P1 are 72 because we need 36 in the front wheel and we need 36 in the rear wheel. So we don't see the structure here. We only see the absolute number we need to produce. So if you want to know, do we have enough material in the warehouse? We can look in a summarized bill of material, and we know, okay, if we want to produce 100 more, we need 7,200 spokes. Do we have enough to produce those 100 bikes? This information we cannot get here. If we want to know how many spokes we need, we have to go through the whole structured bill of material, and we have to look how many times do we need those K55, and we'll find it in this bill of material 2 times, because we will need 36 to produce E4, the front wheel, and we will need 36 to produce the rear wheel, for instance. And you will get these structures and summarized bill of material for each final product. We will discuss this once more next week when we will start to make the planning, the simulation game. But now we will do the material requirement exploring a bill of material. It's the top-down method. And here it is a very simple example. We do not consider that we have waiting queues from previous periods and so on. But and the situation is like that. To produce one P1, we need one E26, you remember, the pedal group, and we need one E51. So if we want to assemble 250, because we have to deliver 200, these are the sales orders we have to deliver. We have 100 in the warehouse. We have 50 in the warehouse. And our planning is to keep 100 in the warehouse at the end of a period. This was the decision of a production program. So we have to deliver 200. We want to keep a safety stock 100 in the warehouse. We already have 50 in the warehouse. So because we want to we want to produce 50 more. We want to increase the warehouse, you remember, from 50 to 100. So we don't have only to produce 200. We have to produce 200 plus 50. So we need 250. So if we have, so we have to assemble 250. This is our production order now. If we want to assemble 250, in the bill of material, in the structured bill of material, we have seen we need one E26, this is the pedal group, and we need one E51, this is the bike, without a pedal group. So the employee who has to assemble those 250 bikes, P1, he will go to the warehouse and ask for 250 pedal groups and 250 E51. And because we have at the beginning of the week, we have 100 in the warehouse. And at the end of the week, we want to keep those, 100, we will keep those 100 in the warehouse. So we don't want to increase the warehouse. We don't want to decrease the warehouse. We want to have the same situation at the end of a week in the warehouse like in the beginning. So we have just to produce the same amount we need to assemble P1. Because this one is going to the warehouse, he is going to get 250 E26, he's going to get 250 E51, and at the end of the week, we will have the same amount in the warehouse. He's starting to take the warehouse we have in stock to work with here, and he is reproducing those 100 if we need, so that we have 250 and 250 of E26 and E51 in the warehouse. And those E51, we can see it in the structured bill of material. Those E51 are being built, are being assembled by the saddle, the handlebar, and the bike without saddle and handlebar. And in the bill of material, you will see to produce one E51, this is the bike without, to produce one E51, we need one saddle, one handlebar, and one bike without a saddle and a handlebar. So if I will assemble 250 of E51, we need 250 saddle, 250 handlebars, and 250 bikes without saddle and handlebars. Well, we can go on here, for instance, as a 250, and now you can see here, I didn't, well, I can do it here. Just wait, I will do it. So we need 250 here. We need 250 here. And we need 250 here. And because our decision, it's the decision of your group, is that we do not want to keep 100. We have 100 safety stock in a warehouse. We wanted in this, on this production level, we want to decrease the warehouse. It's up to your group to decide this. And because we want to decrease the warehouse, so the warehouse in the beginning of the week is 100. At the end of the week, our planning is to keep 70 in a warehouse. So we don't have to produce 250. We only have to produce 220. We have to produce 220 because 220. Okay. E51 is being produced, assembled by one E4, one E10, and one E50. This information you get from the bill of material, structured bill of material. So first, to assemble those 220 E50, for those we need 220, 220, 220. And because we want Oh, this is not right. We have the warehouse stock at the end of the past period is 70 because we were planning. No, here we had 100 of those components. We have 100 in the warehouse. We will keep the warehouse on the same level. So we have to produce 220. We have to reproduce 220. And we have to reproduce 220. And so on. And because to produce one E45, you get this information from the structured bill of material. You need one E7, one E13, one E18. So we need 220 because we want to produce 220. We need 220. And because we don't want to touch the warehouse, we want to keep it at the end of a period on the same level. We have to reproduce those 220. What we made here now we calculated the production orders, all the production orders we need to produce one P1. And with these production orders later on, we have to make the capacity calculation. And we should balance the situation in the warehouse on the one side. And we should also not only balance the capacity in the warehouse, but also the capacity at the working stations so that they have enough to do. If we would produce less here because we want to decrease the warehouse, probably we have a lot of idle time. And idle time means that our employees are not working. They have not enough production orders to produce. Okay. Another assignment, and if you cannot finish the assignment today, probably you can do it the next week. We have no course next week in the evening to deliver it in your Dropbox. Probably you can also discuss it in your group and then to deliver it in your Dropbox. But I want to see that you handled it for yourself. So, okay. So look here. We want to deliver, I have an example here. We want to deliver 150, here we have the structure of our product. We want to produce P1, and to produce P1, we need one E51. And to produce one E51, we need one E16, one E17, and one E50. And be careful, before I told you to produce one P1 or E1, we only need one E16. In this case here, in this example, we need two E26. It's not right. In our simulation model, it's always one. But I just want to show you what does it mean if you need only not one, if you need two. You can see here the bill of materials, the structured bill of material. To need one P1, we need the quantity of one E51 on level 1. We need the quantity on level 2 of E16, 1. This is level 1, and this is level 2. We need the quantity of E16 on level 2, 1. We need the quantity of E17 on level 2 of 1. We need the quantity of 50 on level 2 of 1. And E26 is on level 1 on level 1 here. So we need 2 of those to produce one P1. Now we have to do the calculation because we want to we have to deliver 150, and our planning is we have in a warehouse, we have 60 in a warehouse, and we want to increase the warehouse, the planned warehouse stock at the end of a following period. The safety stock should not be 60. We will increase the safety stock to 80. So we have to deliver 150. And we want to increase the safety stock to 80, so we have to produce 200. And because we want to assemble 200 and we need 2 of E26, now we need 400 E26. And because to produce one P1, we need only one E51, and we want to assemble 200 of P1. Now we need 200 of E51 to assemble these 200 P1. The warehouse will be, the warehouse situation is 100. We have 100 of each in the warehouse, but we want to decrease the warehouse. Our decision is to decrease the warehouse on the level of E26 and E51 from 100 to 50. And it's not, now it's up to you to make the calculation for this, for the production orders of P1 using this bill of material. Do you have, if you have a question, just ask me.
I just want to clarify, 200 P1 here is because we increase safety stock to 80, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the total should be.
I just will make the calculation for the next step here. We need 400 E26. Yeah, right? We were calculating P1. We were calculating that we want to produce 200 P1. And because in the bill of material or here, you can see we need 2 to produce 1 P1. So if we want to produce 200 P1, we do not need only 200 E26, we need 400. Because for each P1, we need 2 E26. And this is the reason we need 400 E26. For E51, we only need one E51 to produce 1 P1. So this is the reason that for those 200 P1, we only need 200 E51. And now, okay.
Yeah.
And now we can do the calculation. How many E26 do we have to reproduce, considering that we want to decrease the warehouse from 100 to 50? So in this case, we don't have to produce 400 because we want to take 50 from a warehouse. The number we want to produce is only 350. Did you understand this?
Okay.
I guess there's just a bit of a miscalculation in the first line of the P1 because we want to decrease 20. We increase 20, so we just increase 20 to 150, and we're gonna have 170, I believe. Just 170 for P1 for the production.
Just let me 100. No, here 150 plus 80 is 230.
130.
30 is 170. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I see. Great.
Okay. So we need 150, and we want to increase the warehouse. Sorry, you're right. Oh, you're so good.
Yeah. I think we keep the 200 here. We reduce P1 to sale order to 120.
200. We need 230, and so we need 170. Okay, and because we need 170, so we need 330, and here we need 170. I just made the calculation in Word. I didn't read here. The planned warehouse stock is 80, and we have a 60 in a warehouse, so we will increase the warehouse. We didn't want to decrease the warehouse, and so we only need 170, and here we need 170. So now we need, the planned warehouse is 50. Here we need 410 and planned warehouse 50, 340 plus is it 200, 200 is 200 and 210 minus is 110. It's right? No. 410 and 310. We need 340 plus the planned warehouse of 410, 310. Here we need 170 plus is 220, 120. Okay. That's honest. Okay, so it's right. This is not right. What made a okay. 150 plus 80 is 220. 220. No, 150.
I think 310 is not correct.
The planned warehouse stock at the end. We need 200 and we need 230 minus 60, 106. That's right. No, it's right. Okay, it's right now. So we need 330, and here we need 170. And because we had we want to keep 210, 410 minus 100 is 310. So it's right in this way. It's right. Okay. If you are going on, I will just do it.
I don't know why we should produce 310 is 26. Can you explain again?
Yeah, I believe they were decreasing the demand stock by 50, so it's going to be 290.
Look here. We need 100. The plant. We need 150 to deliver on the market, plus those 80. We want to save in the warehouse a safety stock at the end of a period. But we already have 60 in a warehouse. We have 60 in a warehouse. So we can use this 60. Or I can explain it in another way. We want to increase the warehouse from 60 to 80 at the end of a period. So we want to produce 20 more than 160 because we want to increase the warehouse. So we don't have to produce only 150. We have to produce 170.
Yes, agree.
Okay. I hope you understood. And now I made it more complicated than in the example before, because we do not need only one to assemble one P1. We need two to assemble one P1. So if we want to assemble 170, we need the double amount of 170 of E26. E26, we need two to produce one P1. So we need 340 of those, and we need 170 from E51 because we need only one E51 to produce one P1. And in this case, we want to produce 170, so we need 170, but both of those okay. From both of those, we want to reduce the warehouse stock at the end of the past period is 100. And we want to keep in the warehouse at the end of a period only 50. We already have 100 in the warehouse. So we want to reduce our safety stock from 100 to 50. The warehouse stock at the end of a past period is 100, and the planned warehouse stock at the end of the period will be 50. So we want to reduce the safety stock from 100 to 50. So we don't need 340. We only need 300 and, yeah, okay. Minus 50, minus 50,
290.
90. And here we need 120. Okay. So, right. Now, because we E26 is being produced only from purchased items, but E51 needs other components like E16, E17, and E50. So to produce one E51, we need one E16, we need one E17, and we need one E50. So if we want to assemble 120 E51, we need 120 of this, we need 120 of this, and we need 100 of this. And here we want to keep the warehouse situation like it was in the beginning. So we have to produce 120 here, 120 here, 120 here. Okay, now it's right. Okay. Well, now we made it together. And you can write it into your assignment. And so we have a little bit more time for today. I hope you understand. And if you have problems to understand it, please ask me. 150. I didn't explain here the orders in the waiting queue and the work in progress. This we will discuss when we have done the first simulation period. So it's not so important. We can. So, and these are the production orders for P1 with this bill of material. The bill of material in the simulation game will be not so complicated. E21 is always being used only one time, but we will discuss this next week once again. We will look for the bill of material once again. Okay, let's go on. There is not a question. Let's go on. We only calculated the numbers we want to produce. We didn't calculate the numbers we want to purchase of items we want to purchase. And to do this, I want to show you another method, the method with a where used list, how to calculate the purchase item. In the simulation study, I would propose to use this kind of method to calculate the components, to calculate the components we are producing for ourselves. To calculate the purchase items, I will propose another method, and it's a method with a where used list. I don't want to explain this one. I will just show you how to do it in an example. Look here. Here we have a master production schedule, the production program. P1 we want to produce in the next period only in P1. It's not being used in P2. It's not being used in P2. So we need 200 in this period here. From in period 3, we need 50. The reason is K21 is only being used in P1, not in P2, not in P3. And because we want to produce 100 P1 in the next period, we need 100 in the next period. In the following period, we need 200. In the third period, we need 50. P2 is being used the K27 is being used 2 times in P1, 2 times in P2, and 2 times in P3. So the next period, we want to produce 100 P1. So for those, we need 2 multiplied by 100 is 200. We need 2 to produce P2. So we need 400 to produce those. So together, we need 200 plus 400 is 500. And we need 2 to produce 50 of, we need 2 to produce 1 P3. So we need 100 more. So we need 100 to produce those here. So the number we want to produce, no, that's not right. These are other numbers here. We need, just let me do the calculation. I think it was 600.
800.
Moment, 100, 300, 300,
800.
300, 700. 100, 300, 700. It's 700. We make the calculation 700 because 200 here. No, hopla, 600. 200 plus 400, 500, 600. 222 must be 600. 200. Yeah, here I need 400 plus 100. It's
700 is correct.
It's 600. I was just calculating. No, it's not. What's wrong here?
700.
It must be 700. It must be 700 because altogether we want to produce 350, and 350 multiplied by 2 must be 700. Okay. So we need 200. Here we need. Where's the problem? Here we need 200. Here we need 400. And here we need, yeah, okay, it's 700. It's okay, okay, sorry. Now, we are making the calculation for K28. For 400 we need here. 1000 we need here. 300 we need here. So we have 400, 1400, and 3000 is 1800. The calculation is this right? So we need 400 plus 1000, 1400 plus 300, 1700. Sorry, no? 400, 1400, 1700. $400 for those. 1000, 1400, 1700. Okay, here we made it in this way. Okay, Let it do it once again. The next period, okay, we already made this. Now let's go on here. The next period here, we need for E27, here we need 400. Here we need 0. And here we need 100. So we need 500 here. Let's do the calculation once again. So 2 multiplied by 200 is 400, 0, and 1 is 500 here. So we go on the next period. In the next period, we need 100, 100 for those here, 400 for those here, and 10 for those. 100, 500, 505. 510. Look here. 500, 250. 500 and 2 multiplied by 50 plus 2 multiplied by 200. 100, 400, 400, 100, 500, 500 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 510. So let's see the results here. We need 111. This is right. 510 we need here. And here we make the calculation. 4 multiplied by 100 is 400 plus 5. We already made this calculation. Now we make this calculation here. We are calculating 4. We need 4 multiplied by 200 is 800 plus 0. 800 plus 300 is 1100. Okay, that's right. Here we calculate 4 multiplied by 50 is 200 plus 5 multiplied by 200 is 1000. 200 and 6 multiplied by 5 is 30 is 1000 plus 200 by 30 is 1230. Okay. What we are doing here is only a matrix calculation. We are calculating always 1 multiplied by 100 plus 0 multiplied by 200 plus 0 multiplied by 50 may be 100. On this place here, we are calculating 1 multiplied by 200 plus 0 multiplied by 0 plus 0 multiplied by 50 is 200. Here, we are doing the same. On this way here on K22, we are calculating 4 multiplied by 100 is 400 plus 5 multiplied by 200 is 1000 plus 6 multiplied by 50 is 300. Together, it will be 1100. Also here, 4 multiplied by 200, 5 multiplied by 0, 6 multiplied by 50 must be 1100. And this is much easier to calculate than to make a bill of material. And we will do this for the purchasing part because those will change every week once again. And so we are using the way to calculate with less efforts. And we can do this not only for the next period, because the bill of material we only use to do it for the next period. We can do this for the following 4 periods in our simulation study. Look here in our simulation study. We decided to have a production program. This is a production program we want to produce. And here we will find the various list. And K21 is being used only in P1. So, for instance, here we need only 200 in the next period, we need 150 in the following period, 150 in the third period, and 150 in the fourth period. K22 is being used only in P2, not in P1, not in P2. So we need 100, 100, 150, and 50. K23 is being used only in P3. So because it's only used in P3, we needed 50 in the following period. We need 100 in the next period. We need 50 in the next period and 100. And now K22 is being used 7 times in P1, 7 times in P2, and 7 times in P3. So we need 7 times multiplied by 200 plus 7 times multiplied by 100 plus 7 times multiplied by 50, and so on. And try to finish just this table. Well, we can do it. We can do it now in the next 20 minutes if you want. And if you afterwards we can discuss it a little bit. I will show it. What should be the results? Is this okay? This is the method I would propose to use it in the simulation study to make the calculation for the purchasing part. It's much more easy to do it, and it's with this method it's easy to do it for several periods, not only for one period. We can do it for the next 4 period because we have you can see here we have delivery time for P21, delivery time for P22. This is the delivery time, and the delivery time will be you will not get it. The most of the orders you will not get it at the right time. Some you will get it earlier, some you will get it later, because we will assume that we have a normal deviation. And in a normal deviation, 50% we will get earlier, faster than the delivery time, and 50% we will get later. And for this, we need, for this calculation, we need the production program, because for those here, we already have to order the purchasing items for the next for the next 2 periods. Okay, try to finish this table here, and for the next 20 minutes, and I will show it to you after 20 minutes how to do it. And this you have to do in every week. To make the calculator, first you have to set up a production program, and with the production program and the various list, you can make the calculation of the purchasing items you need. Okay, we'll see us in 10, no, here in Germany it's 10:10, and in Vietnam it will be 6, well, in 20 minutes, in 15 minutes. Try to do it, and I will show you the results. Okay?
Yes.
If you have a question, I'm here. I can help you. Wow. Okay. Great. Okay. Or statistical methods. The one you know it all is the floating mean value. We are just taking the consumption of a number of consumption in the past, and we are calculating the mean of these consumption, the mean value of these consumptions. So for instance, if you had a consumption of 100, 200, 100, and 200 in the last 4 periods, the mean of these 4 consumptions will be 150. This is what is written here. Just let me see. So my example was, we had a consumption of, in the past, we had a consumption of 100. We had a consumption in the next period, we had a consumption of 200. In the following period, we had a consumption of 100. And then we had a consumption of 200. And now we are calculating for the future, for the next period, we are calculating the average of these consumptions, and this will be 150. So our calculating is for the next period we need 150. Okay, and here it's a very easy way to make the calculation of the need in the next for the next period. Sure, if you are calculating the mean value, those 150, you are calculating this not with 100% of security, because we have a mean value. Sometimes we need more, sometimes we need less. And so in this case, we also have to calculate enough safety stocks, because if we have less, we need the safety stock because we need more to consume. Okay, it's just an example how to make a very easy way to calculate the consumption for the future. We do not need it. We do not use it in the simulation. In the simulation study, we need the way to calculate with the bill of material, to explore with the bill of material and the where used list. But this is a very, very easy way to make the calculation for the future. Another easy way to calculate it is the exponential smoothing of the first method. It's also a mathematical method, and it seems to be very complicated because we are calculating the consumptions in the next period based on the consumption of a last period multiplied by a factor R alpha, which is between 0 and 1. And this multiplied by the real consumptions of a last period minus the planning consumption of a last period. So the planning consumption of a next period will be based on the calculation of the planning consumption of a last period, and the consumption, the real consumption of a last period, and this multiplied by a factor alpha. It seems to be very complicated, but you can imagine the factor alpha can be between 0 and 1. If we have a factor alpha equals 0, the consumption in the next period will be the calculation of the consumption for the next period will be P1. Will be the calculation of the consumption of the last period. So we are looking far, far back to the past periods. If you are calculating, just wait. If you are calculating with a factor 1, the result of this calculation will be P, the consumption of the next period, will be the real consumption of the last period, because P I plus 1 is equal P I plus 1 multiplied by consumption of the last period minus 1 multiplied by P1. Okay, and this will be so the planning for the consumption of the next period will be the real consumption we had in the last period. So we are very actual on the consumption of the last period. If we would calculate this with a factor alpha of 0.5, we will calculate 50% of the past and 50% of the real consumption in the last period. So we have 50% calculated on the past consumptions, and we take 50% of 50% of. So it's very easy for one who is responsible for the calculation. He can turn on alpha, and if he is turning alpha to 1, more to 1, he will be very present. And if he is turning alpha to 0, he will calculate on the basis of the past periods, very, very far away in the past period. So for instance, if we have a product, or if we have an item, we need only in a special period. Just imagine chocolate, for instance, on Eastern, chocolates on Eastern. So he will use the factor alpha with near 1. So he will do the calculation. So he will do the calculation oriented at the present consumptions, and he will calculate with a factor near 0 in summertime when nobody likes to eat chocolates. In Germany, Eastern, and we are eating a lot of chocolate products at Eastern, and also at Christmas times, in winter time. In summertime, when it is warm and hot, we don't like to eat chocolate. So if we have to calculate the chocolate, the number of the chocolate purchasing in winter time, when we eat a lot, we will turn this factor alpha more in direction of 1, and in summertime we will turn it to 0. So it's an easy way to expect the time and the consumptions in a special period. Another way, which seems very complicated, it is not complicated for those who are responsible to make the disposition. It's really easy to make this calculation depending on the time and depending on the consumption. Okay. But let's go on now. And I want to show you another thing now, another calculation now. We were calculating before. We were calculating We were calculating the number of items we need to buy, or the number of items we need to produce. But probably you will order more or less depending on the costs you have to pay for. And if we are discussing about an optimized number to purchase, we will also discuss the costs we have to pay for. On the one side, we have warehouse costs, and the function of a warehouse cost, you can see it here. I will try to explain what kind of function this is and how we can. Just let me see. Okay. If we don't know how many we want to order, it should be X. But if we are ordering X in a warehouse, we will have X in a warehouse, and then over a special period, we will consume those X until 0. And if we order it the right way, we will order once again X. We will do the consumption. We will order once again, and we will do this at any time. We will order once again, and so on. So the average of warehouse value will not be X. The average in the warehouse will be, if you are using this strategy, it will also be X half. And if we are multiplying this X half by the, I have to look for, so what's the price? The cost price or the purchasing price? Okay, if you multiply this by the cost price, what you have to pay for, this will be the average of value in the warehouse. And we have in our warehouse all over the year. And if we will multiply this with the storage cost rate, we were talking about this yesterday, this will be the price we have to pay for this strategy all over the year for the warehouse. And this is a function. It's a continuous function like this one here. If we buy more, we will have more in the warehouse, and will have more warehouse costs. Yesterday we talked about this warehouse or storage cost rate, and I told you the warehouse or storage cost rate normally will be between 20 and 30%. So we are looking for an optimized number of items we want to purchase. We don't know this. But if we are all over the year, if we are buying this number of items, the average in our warehouse, numbers will be X half, because in the beginning, when we will get the material, we have X, and and after some time we have zeros, we order once again, and so on. Multiply this by the cost price we have to pay for. This will be the average value in the warehouse, and this multiplied by the storage cost rate will be the price, the costs we have to pay all over the year and for the warehouse. Depending on X, if we buy more, if X is higher, we have to pay more. If it is lower, we have to pay less. So if we don't order something, we have to pay 0. If we buy a lot, these storage costs will be very high. on the other side, we also have to pay order costs, or in this time we are purchasing or order costs. And I want to explain it. If we know, I assume that we know what should be the average consumption all over the year of the item we want to calculate. So this average consumption should be this year, G. If we divide this by the number we want to buy, we don't know this number, but if we will divide this by the number we want to buy, this will be the number, this will be the number of purchasing orders we have to, number of purchasing orders all over the year. This is the annual consumption all over the year. I assume we know this. If we will divide this by X, the number we want to buy, this will be the number of purchasing orders we have to do all over the year. Look here. This is the number of purchasing order G divided by X. This multiplied now, multiplied by the purchasing costs, will be the price we have to pay for this. We have to pay for this strategy if we are buying X, every time we are buying X. So the number of purchasing order multiplied by the price we have to pay every purchasing order, or for the purchasing, or we have to pay for the purchasing orders, or the cost of a purchasing order, or the order costs, will be the price all over the year we have to pay. We have to pay for the purchasing orders we will do. And this is this function here. It's a function divided by X, and as much we are buying, as less we have order costs. So on the one side, we want to buy a lot, because if we buy a lot, the purchasing orders which are fixed will be decreased. On the other side, if we are buying a lot, we have another function in the warehouse, because the warehouse will increase, and this is a function of a warehouse cost. So what should we do? Well, we have to add both costs together. On the one side, the storage and warehouse costs, but also the order costs on the other side, depending on the number X we want to buy. And now we are looking for the optimum of these both costs, and the function of the summarized costs of the warehouse costs and the purchasing costs will have this function. And this calculation we can do with a deviation. We have to, for this function here, this function is this the total cost. Let me see where do we have the total. Here we have a total cost. We have this PPC multiplied by G divided by X. These are the order costs, and X divided by 2 multiplied by the cost price multiplied by the storage cost rate. These together will be these function here. And now we are looking for this function, where this function is at the bottom here. And this we can do. You don't have to do it, and for the XM, but we should know what happened here. So we are calculating for this function for gradient, and we are looking for the gradient at this place here. Here the gradient should be 0. And this is what I explained. Did I explain it? Okay, what I explained it later on. Here I'm doing the deviation. That here this is a cost. This is a cost function of both. We are calculating the deviation here, and we set the deviation to 0, and so we will get this function here. I just want to explain how we arrived on this function and how we can use it. Because if you are using IT systems will always propose these cost-optimized functions, but you should know how to use it. Let's go back. I want to explain it to you. We also can use, look here, we are using a cost price, which is fixed. We are using a storage cost rate, which is fixed. We are using a purchasing costs, which are fixed. In our simulation study, we have purchasing costs which are different, not only one. We have cost prices which are not every time the same. We can buy bigger lot sizes and we get a better price if we are buying bigger lot sizes, or you buy the material from other groups. We have a storage cost rate which will not be every time the same, because sometimes we need a second warehouse, and using the second warehouse it's much more experienced. So be careful if in an IT system you have this function and you can ask for the optimized order lot size. I showed you this calculation here only for purchasing orders. You also can use this calculation for production orders. Well, the storage cost rate will be the same, and the calculation of annual consumption will also be the same. Purchasing costs, and these are. But we have no. If we are calculating the production orders, we have no purchasing costs, but we have. Is it right? We have setup costs. We have setup costs. We have setup costs. On the one side, when we are calculating the optimized production lot sizes of for purchasing orders, we have purchasing costs. On the side of the production orders, we have setup costs. Both are fixed. Both are fixed costs. On the side of the purchasing orders, we have cost prices. On the side of manufacturing orders, we have manufacturing costs we have to calculate for. The storage cost rate in both calculations will be the same. But be careful also here to calculate the optimized production lot size, because this calculation is only for one working place or for one working step in the whole in the whole system, and not for following processes. And this is a problem. And once I had somebody in my seminar, and they No, I had a project in a Siemens company, and they told me they are using this calculation of the optimized cost rate in SAP, but they considered at different working places, it's not always right. It's always the system is calculating too much, and so now they are calculating not always. When they are calculating, they use the number here, but they are calculating x half because they knew that the system is not calculating the right number, and then they can, if they are calculating the half of this optimized cost rate, will be better. So look here what they made. They made the calculation with this cost rate here. And then I explained this in a seminar in the Siemens company. And I had two other employees. They told me that they changed their strategy in their department. Now they are not only calculating x half, that now they are also calculating x fourth, a quarter of x, because there are other working places and other systems where they have to calculate, where they have to get only x divided by 4. And look here what they are calculating here, what should be the cost rate. In this case, to calculate an optimized cost rate is not right, and it's not worth to calculate it because it's not right. You're calculating with very, very high costs, and the reason is they didn't use the right numbers. They didn't know how to set the numbers, and they didn't know the way how the system is calculating this optimized cost rate. So be careful if you want to use the calculation of optimized cost rates in an IT system. Many times you cannot use it, and it would be better to calculate it for yourself. We will talk about if you're calculating this for the optimized production cost rate. The system is only calculating it for one working place. If you have following working places in your system or following companies, to continue the production system, for instance here, you are producing for this working place an optimized production lot size, but you're not considering, and this optimized production lot size probably is being used in this system here, and it doesn't consider that probably also you have to deliver other systems which now have no material to continue the production process or the whole supply chain process. Okay, be careful. What I want to explain here, be careful if you will find the possibility to calculate an optimized order cost purchasing rate or an order purchasing amount, or to calculate an optimized production order lot size. Well, the original formula assumes an infinitive production speed. Stock levels in the production area are not taken into account. You can order as much as you want. A single level production, and they are taking account a single level production system. They do not expect that we have following production systems, which probably have to wait for other orders. This is only for the lot sizing of production orders. We assume that we have fixed production costs or fixed cost prices. We assume that you have constant and continuous storage costs. We have discrete storage costs are not taken into account. In our simulation model, we will have discrete storage costs because it would be possible if we have not enough place in our warehouse, so we can rent a second warehouse. And in this case, we have quite other warehouse cost rates. And we should know this. Okay. And we should consider this. Well, we were talking about storage cost rate. About storage cost rates, and I told you that we have normally we have storage cost rates between 20 and 30% in the company. And what includes this? This might be including taxes we have to pay. Well, we have to pay for the employee in the warehouse. We have to pay for insurance. We have to pay for rental costs, depreciation of a warehouse, storage costs, and so on. We have to pay for costs of insuring and replacing items. We have to pay for diminution, and in the Siemens company, they are calculating 10% of diminution. Either they will lose it or they have waste cost because they cannot use it anymore, or probably the technique is changing, the technic systems are changing, or they have capital commitment costs, capital commitment, because they have to pay for the financiation of the whole system. Okay. I just wanted to explain it, and what you should know, that you have to pay attention. And in the system, we are optimizing these optimized lot sizes. We are optimizing the summarized costs of storage costs and order costs. So this should be the extract of my presentation here. You should know that on the one side, we have order costs, which are decreasing depending on the amount of X. And we have warehouse costs, which are increasing when we are ordering more. And we are optimizing the summarized costs of the order costs and the warehouse costs and the order costs. And we should pay attention, and you should know that you should keep in mind that there is a restricted use for the optimized of these lot size calculation. Sure, we will talk about this once again in the simulation study, and I can show it also here. In the simulation study, we have warehouse cost rate, which is 30%. It's really high. 30% means that we have warehouse costs calculated on a week, which would be 0.6% a week. I just divided 30% divided by 50 weeks a year. This might be 0.6%. So normally we have 0.6% a week warehouse cost rate. But if we have a warehouse value higher than 250 euros or dollars, we have to rent a new warehouse. And when we have to rent a new warehouse, we have to pay 5,000 euros a week for the additional warehouse. And in this case, the warehouse cost rate will be much higher. Probably you can try in your group to make the calculation what should be the warehouse cost rate if you have a value which is higher than 250 euro. You have, in this case, you have a warehouse cost rate of 30 plus the cost rate you have to calculate for those 5,000 euros a week, which will be 250 euros all over the year. If you're calculating a year with 50 weeks a year, okay. It's up to you in a group to discuss this if you want, because in the beginning we will have a warehouse value which is higher than 250,000 euros. We will have a warehouse value of 291,000 euros in the beginning. And it's up to you in your group to discuss if you want to try to reduce your warehouse value so that you don't have to pay the rent for the second warehouse costs. But this is a decision in your group. It's up to. Okay. Well, I just want to show you that different types of working together of a logistic parcel. Sure, you know the expression of just in time, just in sequence, or just in sequence. And I just want to explain you what's the difference between those types. Well, we have the conventional way to work together in a supply chain in the past was on the one side, on the supplier side, we have a manufacturing, then we have a quality control, then we have a warehousing, and on the other side, we have the same system. We get the material for the incoming orders. We have a quality control. We will bring it to the warehouse, and we will have a manufacturing. We are talking a lot about just-in-time. And in the just-in-time system, normally, we have the same system on the delivery side. On the side of the supplier, it's up to him how he will be organized. But in our system, we will not have a quality control because in a just-in-time system, we have a contract. Most time it's an annual contract where we will define the quality he has to deliver. And we have a very small warehousing. Yesterday, I showed you the warehousing in the Mercedes truck in the company. They have a warehousing, but the warehousing is reduced to the warehousing in the trucks on the line. So the trucks deliver when they will pass when they will stay at the production line. So we have a very reduced warehousing when we are delivering on just in time. We are delivering ship to stock. It's a small buffer, a small stock we are using here. We are talking about just in sequence. On the one side, we have our supplier system with quality control and warehousing, but we have no longer the quality control and we have no longer just in sequence. I know this from the Daimler-Benz car production, which is about 30 kilometers far away from Karlsruhe, and Stuttgart is about 80 kilometers far away, where they are producing the big ones, and 30 kilometers far away, they are producing the smaller ones, 35 kilometers far away from Karlsruhe. And there, the seeds are just produced in sequence. The seed producer, his situation on the same place like Mercedes, and they are just producing not only just in sequence. Just in sequence, we assume that the producer has their own quality control and warehousing. What they have there, so we are talking just in sequence. If we have no warehouse and we are just delivering on to the manufacturing line. For the seed production, 30 kilometers far away of Mercedes car production, we have a just we have a line-to-line production, not a ship-to-line. We have a line-to-line production. So the manufacturer gets the production numbers from Mercedes just 2 hours before, and then he is starting his production system, and he is manufacturing the products. He has a quality control, and he sent the seats just on the line of Mercedes here, not far away from here. So in this case, we are talking about line to line. It's also just in sequence. But in the other case, we are talking about ship to line, which is also called just in sequence. We talk about ship to stock, just in time, and the conventional way to deliver in a supply chain. Okay. In our simulation model, in the initial way to order material is just the conventional way, but we also have a fast way. We have more possibilities to order, but if there is a need and you want to use it, I will explain it. In the beginning, you get such a lot of information, and you will start with a conventional way to order. The conventional way to order in our production system will be we have delivery times which are given in periods. The period is always 1 week. So in this case here, K58 has a delivery time of 1.6 periods. This means a period has 5 days, Monday, Tuesday till Friday, 5 days. So 1.6 will be 8 days. And we assume that we will have a normal deviation. And because we have a normal deviation, the mean value, this is the mean value of a delivery. So in 50%, we will get it earlier or in the right time, but in 50%, we will get it later. So we have 2 possibilities to react. Either we use safety stock, or we will add a deviation. There will be given a deviation. If you will use this deviation, it will be equal to 1.5 sigma in the statistics. That means that here we have the average delivery time plus the deviation, here we have 50%. In 50% of a delivery, we will get it until the average of the delivery time, we will get it. And if we add the deviation, we will have the average plus 1.5 sigma. And this will mean that we will get it in 93% of our orders. We will get it at the time or just a little bit earlier. It's not quite right because we have no the normal deviation will be cut here because this will be probably this will be today. So it's not quite a normal deviation. We have more on the right side than on the left side because here these ones are being cut. So just calculate with 95% security if you are adding these deviation periods here. Okay, we'll talk about this when we will start with the simulation once again. So, and this is the normal way to order. We have no quality problems. We do not. I already told it to you because we are ordering we are not simulating production quality problems. We have not the time. It's possible to do, but I will not do it in this. We will not do it here. Okay. So this is one way we are ordering the material, but we also have, well, I already explained it here. We have a mean deviation, we have a normal deviation with the mean delivery time, and well, we are calculating the mean time plus the deviation, and when you are calculating the deviation, you will have more or less a security of 93%, 50% here, and 45% here on this side, but it's not quite right because we also have, okay. We have another way to calculate an express way, but I will explain it later on. This is more or less a just-in-time order. Okay. When we are talking about the calculation methods, which are more or less intensive, we are also talking about the products which are more or less expensive with a high and a low value. And to find out which products have a high or a low value, we can do an ABC analysis. A components are those who have a very high value, while the C products have a very low value, and so they also produce, most times they produce low warehouse costs. So if we are discussing which of the mathematical methods we want to use to make the calculation of the demand, we will use very expensive or extensive methods to calculate A, and we will use the methods with low effort to calculate the C articles. And you will see if you are making the ABC analysis, you will find only a few, depending on the product you are producing. Sure, if you have a product with high technological standard, you will have a lot of A components and only a few C components. But in general, it will be like that you have a very few amount of A components you have to calculate, and on the other side, you have a very high number of items which are depending to the C items with where you can use the calculation methods with less effort, okay, and less exact. We also have to make a calculation for XYZ analysis, and the XYZ analysis is a method where we are looking for items with a high or a low variance. X items have a very low variance, so we always need the same amount of these components, while Z items are those where sometimes we need a lot, and then for a long time, probably for a long time, we need 0 of these items. So the variance is very high. And you also can use the stock range method. In the stock range method, we are calculating, we are looking for the amount we have in a warehouse. And if we have an average consumption of each period, so we can calculate the time we have enough material in the warehouse. So for instance, if we have 1,000 in a warehouse and the average consumption is 100, you can calculate that you have enough in a warehouse for about 10 days. And now you can compare this with the delivery time. If the delivery time is higher than 100, you have an undercover in your warehouse. And if the lead time is lower than the time you have enough in your warehouse, so you have not enough in your you have not enough in the warehouse, and you have to look for how to order the material. Let's see. Okay, here once again, I just want to explain once again the ABC analysis. In an ABC analysis, normally we will find 2 to 20% of the quantity, which will represent 70 to 90% of the value in the warehouse. I will show it to you. And we will find 50 to 90% of C material, which will have a value in the warehouse of only 5%. And now you can imagine that for those material, we don't have to calculate a lot for the order quantity. We will use very easy calculation methods to do this, while here we will use methods like the method with the bill of material to calculate the right number we need for the future. Okay, the two effects for the or the two reasons of an ABC analysis will be to find out the very few important types of material concerning the value in order to calculate the exact requirement using so we are using elaborate methods. We are using the top-down methods with a bill of material explosion. Aspect 2 will be to find out the most and very low-value types of material consuming the value of a warehouse, the C materials, in order to reduce the dispositional effort using simply disposition methods to calculate the requirements. So e.g., we will use bottom-up method or stochastic methods. Here, the result of an ABC analysis. If we have an ABC analysis, on the one side, we have the quantity, we have a quantity percentage. So here, we have the percentage of the items, the number of items in percent. And on the other side here, we have a percentage of value. So in this case, this analysis, ABC analysis, shows us that only 10% of the items represent almost 70% of the warehouse value. And well, these are those which are, we call it B. They are not so interesting. What's more interesting are the C articles. We can see the rest of, without the A and the B articles, which are 70% of the C articles. Those represent only 10% of the whole warehouse value. If you look in your wallet, it might be the same situation. We will have bills, a lot of bills with a low value and only a few with a high value. It's the same situation. And in the material management, it's quite this situation, and this is nice because if we want to make a warehouse analysis, we only have to look for the 10% of the items with the highest value, and the other one we can order with a higher security stock value, because those are not important for the value of the warehouse. Once I had an order from the Siemens company. They were asking me, they told me, well, we are producing in Germany chips, computer chips. What's the expression of I have to look for. And well, okay, I don't find the expression now. Okay, but I wanted to show you what they told me. They told me we have all over the year on the way to Malacca, we have an average of warehouse, an average of work in progress of 50 millions. What can we do to decrease the warehouse? It should be possible. We always have 50 millions. How to handle it and what can we do? So I proposed the first thing we would do, we would look for the 10% or the low percent of A articles, and we have to analyze the A articles. And the second step we will do, we will use XYZ analysis for those ABC articles. And the result was we were getting in the XYZ analysis, we were getting one A item with this consumption situation. So sometimes we needed more, sometimes less, and so on, but we had a security stock on this. We found out that we had others with a real good consumption of X. It was an X article, which was like that. We had another one with a very different consumption with X. And so we were looking for those where we could see that there was a high security stock. And we decided to reduce the stock only for these items where we could see that the consumption was really smooth, the X articles, and where we had possibilities to decrease the security stock. Not here, for instance, probably here we had to set up the security stock such a little bit higher, and so on. So we used on the one side first an ABC analysis to find out the most important items concerning the value. In the second step, then we made the XYZ analysis to find out the very smooth X components and where we could decrease, where there was a possibility to decrease. And then we decided, and then we made an analysis how we can decrease the safety stock and what kind of methods can we use to do this. Okay. 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 So here, once again, normally A shares are 2 to 20%, C are 50 to 90%, and the value of 75 to 90 and 5% very low, depending on the products we are producing. Okay, the aspect we were discussing. And here is an example. Sure, I will not ask for such a complicated example in the exam, but you should know what should be the intention to do an ABC and an XYZ analysis. We will not do this. I will not ask for such a complicated exam. What you should keep in mind, why we are doing that, and what are the reasons, the two reasons to do it, doing an XYZ and doing an ABC analysis. Okay, I think I already explained it. The X material are those who have a very smooth, regular consumption, and the Z material are those who have a very different consumption, fluctuation of the consumption. Okay, the stock inventory range method. I already explained it before on a simple. I will do on a simple example, and here we also have a simple example. We had if the future material requirement calculated in the average consumption method will be 150. This you can do, for instance, we have a production program. And if you want to produce, for instance, P1, every week 150, and you make the calculating for K21, which is only being used in one time in P1. So you can do this calculation, and you know the material requirement, the average consumption of the material requirement will be 150 every year. Yeah? The present number of goods in stock will be is 1,200. I think in our example, some slides before it was 300. One is 1,200 to 1,200. Now we can calculate, it's called the mean inventory range, 8. We divide these 1,200 by 150. I told you this is the time we have enough material in the warehouse. So 1,200 divided by 150, these are 8 periods. It can be one day, or in our case, it will be 8 weeks, because we are doing our planning every week. Okay, the production lead time will be 10 periods. The production, the procurement or the lead time will be 10 days. And now you can do the calculation of the inventory range in relation to the, and this inventory range will be will be 8. This is the entry. The mean inventory range is 8 divided by the lead time, and this will be 0.8. And if we will get a number less than 1, we will have a big problem. And this is the reason, because we also have a fast order in our simulation study, because Siemens told me they were in this time, they were delivering also the automobile sector. They have sold it now. Years before they have sold it. But in this time, when we were establishing and this simulation game, they told us once a week or twice a week, the helicopter is coming to deliver material to Volkswagen or Mercedes on the line, because they need this very urgently. They need this material. Okay, and these are the situations when the inventory relation, when this quotient between the inventory range divided by the procurement time will be smaller than 0.8. Then you cannot get the material in a normal order. The normal order and normal delivery time is too short to deliver, and so we should have to look for faster possibilities to order the okay. And in this case, it was a helicopter delivery. Okay. Okay. And you already have seen it before. Look here. We have item number 21. You know, we only needed one time to produce P1. In our simulation model, it's like that. In the beginning, you get the initial stock situation is 300. We have 300 in the warehouse. And those we need in the first period, we calculated that we need 200. In the second period, we calculated that we need 150, 150, 150. So first of all, we have to calculate the average of consumption, and this average of the mean consumption is 162.5. It's just 200 plus 150, 150 plus 150 divided by 4. So the average of the consumption will be 162. The initial warehouse is 300. We have 300 in the warehouse. If we now divide this 300 by 162, we know that we have enough material for 1.85 periods. So this number is good for 1.8 periods. And now you already can see, if we want to order the material with a security of 1.8 plus 0.4 periods, 2.2 periods, we cannot order in a normal way, because the quotient is being smaller than 1. So we only have one possibility to try to find out. We are undercovered. We are trying to find a fast order by helicopter, for instance. So what you should do here, just make the calculation. If we have an undercover, or we have enough material in the warehouse. If we get a quotient which is smaller, if we have than 1, if we have a quotient which is smaller than 1, you need a fast order. If the quotient between 1 and 2, you need a normal order. And if the quotient is bigger than 2, you don't have to order, because we have time and we can order the next period.
So, Professor. Hello.
Yeah, your question?
Yes, I have question. Which number we need to input in the quantity of order? It is a total of period 1, 2, 3, 4, or how can we do?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can use the numbers you were calculating before. Okay. Look here. You were calculating the numbers you need here. Okay. I told you 22 is being used only one time in P2. So we need 100, 100, 150, and 50. So before you was in the assumption before, you were calculating those numbers here. Yeah. And K23 is being used only in P3 one time. So we need 50, 100, 150, 100. So if we are making the calculation, the order calculation here, we have the initial stock is 300. We have 300 in the warehouse. So we have enough for 1 period, for 2 period, we have enough for 2.5 periods. But the delivery time could be 1.7. If you're calculating with 1.7, it would be good. But if you're calculating with, no, the delivery time is 1.7 or 2.1. 2.1. And I assumed that it would be 2.1. You have to calculate, right? 300. You have no, we have enough for 1 period. Only, no, we have enough for 1 period, for 2 periods, 2 point, okay. I decided here, because it's just one, to order in a normal way. In this case here, we need, in the next period, we need 50, we need 100, we need 50, 100. So we have enough material for 1 period, for 2 periods, for 4 periods, for 5 periods. The delivery time is 1.2. So when we are dividing the 4 periods, no, 1, 2, 3, 4 divided by 1.4, it will be 2 point, I don't know. So we have enough, so we do not have to order it here. I will do it, just wait. I will calculate it for here, for 23. We need, in the first period, we need 50 plus 100 plus 50. Sorry. Plus 100. The average consumption is 50, 100, 150, 200, 300 divided by 4. So 50, 150, 200, 300 divided by 4 is 7. 4 mal 7 ist 28, 20.
75.
Yeah. Yeah, period. Okay, now we are calculating the 7th. By the delivery time is, to be sure, and I'm calculating with the plus I take 1.7.5 divided by 1.5, 5. And this is bigger than 2. So we have so we have enough material in the warehouse. We don't have to order. Okay. Yeah. This is
So why you take 1.2 minus 0.3
plus, sorry, plus 1.2
plus
plus
0.2
divided 7.5 divided by 1.5, and this is 5. I will calculate it once again, just a wait. Divided by 1.5 is 5. Okay, we will do it. We can do it once again here for item number 24. We need, I do the calculation with my calculator here. 1,600 plus 2,450 plus 2,450 plus 2,450 plus 2,100 divided by 4. No, sorry, once again. 2,450 plus 2,460 plus 2,450 plus 2,100 divided by 4. So the average consumption is 2,306.5 of item number 24. And we have 6,100 warehouse in the warehouse. And so we have to divide. We will divide these 2,600 by 2,265. And this is 6,100 divided
2.7. 2.7.
2.7. And now we can calculate 2.7 divided by this here. .5, and this is smaller than 1. And well, we find out in this case here, we have a problem, because if we would order in a normal order, the delivery time, the lead time, will be too long. We have enough material in the warehouse for only 2.7 periods, and the lead time will be, the delivery time will be 3.5. So it's smaller than 1. So we have to look for a fast order. And we have possibility to order fast or to order from other groups. Okay?
Yes. You mean is in the case of not order, if we calculate the result greater than 2, is that right?
Yeah. I make it a little bit. The question once again, sorry.
If the final result greater than 2, and we don't need to make the order.
If it is bigger than 2, you don't have to order, because we have 1 period time. We have enough for 1 period more, so we don't have to order. It is, if it is between 1 and 2, we have to order it. Yeah, because we have enough for 1 period. And if we would order it, we have enough for 1 okay. If it is between 1 and 2, so if it is sorry. Sorry. Where is it? A fast order. If it no order. If it is no, if it is closer to no order, but you should discuss in your group. No, I'm confused. Order. Sorry. we have to order a normal order. Fast order, no order here. If it's bigger than 2, but and if it is if you have 3 and so on, if you will get a quotient 3 and so on, you should discuss in your group why you have such a lot of material in your warehouse. Because in this case, you have too much in a warehouse.
Yes.
Yes? Hmm?
Yes.
It's a very simple method to do an analysis of the warehouse situation. You can at once you can see, oh, we have items where we have undercover. And very quickly you can see, oh, we have other items where we have too much in a warehouse. If you have a quotient of well, 3 or more. And okay. I know you to get a lot of information today. Just do the small exams, and we will start next week together to do the planning of a first period. Don't worry, I will help you, and that's also the reason why we have we will do it together on site and not online, because it's much better to discuss it together in the groups, and I will be present. I will come from group to group, and we will do it together for the first period. The first period is the hardest one because you get such a lot of informations. And first of all, you have to learn the methods, and afterwards you will get more experience, and you can go on. Okay.
So for this formula, we don't need to do any exam, right?
Just do it, because just you can feel it, you can read it here. Just do it, just to get the knowledge how to manage it. Huh?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's only these assumptions are. I will check it if you have done it, and don't worry. And you should have done it, because so we don't have such a lot of discussion next week, because we are discussing what we are discussing, and you can ask me. I didn't understand this. Sorry, and so on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just can. I don't know what happened here. Okay, just do it. Just fill it out, and I'm just looking if you have done it, and that's it. And if you have problems, you can ask me. You can ask me also. It's just to prepare. It's just to prepare also the exam, because probably sure I will ask the one or the other thing to calculate. You have made 7 weeks, 7 weeks every time you made it, and sure I will ask for these calculations 1 or 2 times, and well, I also will ask for understanding the system, such as we optimize lot size, for instance. But we will talk about this. Don't worry.
So Professor
I'm sure if you are present the next 2 weekends, it's learning by doing, and you will do the simulation study. I'm sure it's like that. You will do it very intensive, and you will be prepared. Okay.
So what is the mean of this how quantity?
Okay, look here, the discount quantity. I will explain it next year, if next time. But doesn't matter. Good, I will explain it. If you order the discount quantity in the simulation study, you will get a discount of 10%. if you order the discount quantity and more. But let's discuss this next week. So you can order the discount quantity if you want. You also can discuss in your group to calculate an optimized quantity and adapt it to the discount quantity. There are a lot of possibilities you can do. Okay. Okay, discount quantity is a quantity when you will order the discount quantity or more, you will get a price reduction of 10. Okay. So, and if you decided to order something, I just added here the discount account quantity without calculating an optimized lot size because I haven't had the time to calculate it. And I will propose it also in the beginning. And probably, look here, this component here is a very cheap component. Probably you will, in the beginning, you will decide in your group to order more because you say, okay, this is a C component. We will not only order 6,100 because the order costs are too high. And without calculating the optimized the optimized lot size. But let's talk about this next week. Okay. Oh, I would like to have a small break. 20 minutes. If you want, you can fill up the last assumption, and I will check the assumption the next week when I have time. I will look if you have done the assumption. If you have done it, it's okay. You will not get a grade for the results of this. You just have to do it. I want to see that you are prepared to continue next week. That's it. Okay. And if you want, you can fill it out now, and we'll meet. Let's meet in no. I have not. No, it's at 12 o'clock. Here it's 12 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock in Vietnam now. Then okay. In half an hour. That's okay.
Yes. 20 minutes to 6. Yeah.
Or 20 minutes will be okay. It's also okay. 20 minutes.
Yes.
20 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So it's 5:20. Yeah. Who? Hello, Mr. Who? Can I talk to you? No, he's not. Warte mal, lese. Okay. Ja, sagt mir jetzt nichts, wie viel das ist, oder? Am 11. was? Okay, gut. Okay. Äh, ich habe gleich in 2 Minuten wieder Vorlesung. Ich habe noch 5 Minuten Pause gehabt. Ich habe es dann gesehen. Hast du irgendwie einen Kontoauszug oder irgendwas, was du schicken kannst? Also ich kann das nicht also beurteilen. Sind Sie jetzt darauf eingegangen auf die Bestellung oder? Okay, ist gut. Also kann man. Okay, gut, dann müssen wir halt mal gucken. Ja, können wir nichts mehr machen dann. Ne? Mhm. Okay, gut. Das ist, ja. Ja, das war deine ihr Fehler, klar. Haben sie auch zugegeben, aber ja, da kann ich auch nichts ändern bei dem. Aber mal, ich muss aufhören. In einer Minute geht's, um 12 geht's weiter. Ja, ich habe die auf der Leitung. Tschüss. Hello, can we start to continue?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I got my lunch in a short time. Okay, so we will continue now with the capacity planning. Because now we made the calculation of a production orders of a production program. Depending on the production program, we make the calculation for the material for the material planning on the one side, for the purchase orders, on the other side for the production orders. We were talking about lot sizes and optimized lot sizes. And now I want to continue with the capacity planning, because we have to calculate how many capacity we need to produce all this, if we need overtime or second shift and so on. So we are doing the next. So we will do the next step. Okay, if we are doing a capacity planning, okay, we have two ways to adjust, because normally the capacity we need is not the capacity we can present. So so on the one side, we have a possibility to make a capacity adjustment. Taking overtime or additional shift, or we can do a capacity leveling. So we are just producing in another period. This is shown here on this slide here. This is our capacity. The red line here will be our capacity here, and the capacity need is much more. So it's possible to set up, for instance, overtime, or to set up a second or third shift, so that you have enough capacity to realize the capacity we need. On the other side, we also have possibilities to shift the capacity to other periods where we have more time. So we are leveling our capacity situation, and we are doing our jobs, our production orders in periods either before or in later periods. We will produce it. This is leveling, and the other one, other possibility is adjusting. Sure, adjusting is more expensive, because in this case we have to pay for overtime for additional machines if we need a second shift or working places, or we have to give it to other suppliers, to order from other suppliers. And if you are leveling, this is not so extensive, and we can do it very quickly while a capacity adjustment takes more time and more planning time to plan it. A capacity adjustment affects long-term commitment, operating costs, I told you. Adjustment methods are additional shift, overtime, or we can look for a subcontractor. Here, once again, another example how to shift orders to other time, to other periods where there is more time. We were just trying to balance our capacity situation with the production orders. I don't know what happens sometimes. I always have both. Okay, in our simulation model, we have the possibility to shift, but we also have a possibility to adjust our capacity. Normally, and this number you should keep in mind, I will repeat it once again, one normal shift on each working place will have 2,400 minutes. Well, 2,400 minutes, it's a normal shift if we are working 8 hours a day, and we are working 5 days a week, and the hour has 60 minutes. So normally 8 hours a day means that you're working 40 hours a week, and 40 multiplied by 60 minutes an hour will be 2,400 minutes capacity at one working place in one shift. We have a possibility, in the simulation, we have a possibility to order overtime, but only a maximum of 50% on each working place, and but only a maximum of 50% of one shift. And if we need more capacity, we have to order a second shift. And if we need more capacity than a second shift, for 1,800 minutes, we can order additional overtime. If we need more than 6,000 minutes, half a shift of overtime, we need a third shift. And this is the maximum of capacity. We only have 24 hours a day, and we are not working on weekend. Okay. For instance, how do we do the calculation? For instance, E50, E55, and E30 are only being assembled on working place number 2. Now we have to look for the production orders of E50, E55, and E30. And we have to make the calculation of the capacity need on these on the working place number 2, because those are only being assembled on working place number 2. So if our production order will be 100 of E50, so we can get this in, I will show it to you. Just wait. We had probably. On working place number 2, here we only have working place number 2 for to produce the final product P1. We are producing on this working place number 2 also E50. And the production time on this working place for each item is 5. And the setup time is 30 minutes. 5 and 30 minutes for E50. Okay, E50 is being produced on working place number 2. We want to produce 100. The processing time, working time is 5 minutes. So we need 500 minutes, 100 multiplied by 5, for the operation for processing time, and we need 30 minutes setup time. So to finish and to manufacture this order here, we need 530 minutes. So for P2, we are doing we have to produce the same item, but it's not quite the same. It's for the movement spike. For this, we also need 5 minutes, 30 minutes setup time, and for those 150, we make the calculation of 780 minutes. We also produce for the children's spike E30 on this working place. 200. The planning is to produce 200 items, and this multiplied by 5 minutes processing time will be 1,000. And to produce E30, we have not 30 minutes setup time. We only have 20 minutes setup time, 1,020. Altogether, 2,330 to finish all those production orders we want to produce in the following period. So, and this is a fine number. You remember, I told you, each working place has a default capacity of 1 shift. So, 2,330 is good. So we also have some time for recreation and okay. In this case here, we didn't talk about this, and in the first period, we have no waiting queues, no capacity requirements from previous periods or from backlog. But when you will have finished the first period, you will see that you can, quite sure that you cannot finish all the jobs, because sometimes you haven't had enough material. Sometimes the machine was blocked because the machine had to do other things. And so you will keep some waiting queues. So we will have a backlog from previous periods. In this case, we have some backlogs, and we have to produce some more from the previous period. And for those, we have to calculate 550 minutes more in addition. This makes a capacity requirement on working place number 2, in this case, of 2,880. And now it's up to you in your group to discuss how you want to handle it. Either you can set up overtime, you can do it in a second shift, or you can say, okay, it's not necessary because it's we have a planning for also for safety stock, and if we cannot finish to produce the numbers for the safety stock, we will do it next week, and we only will work with one shift, and will not pay for overtime. But this discussion is you have to do it in your group. It's up to you how you want to handle it, the overtime. Okay. Now, and this is easy to manage it. I will give you a form in which you can find all the information you need to make the planning of this capacity, and you just should prepare the calculation of some numbers later on when you have to do the planning for the whole period. You have to do it for all working places. Here you only have to do it for working place number 1, 2, and working place number 3. I just transmitted the production orders here. These are the production orders we were calculating before. No? So we want to produce from E4, we want to produce 200. From E5, we want to produce 100. From E6, we want to produce 50. Or from E50, we want to produce 200. E55, we want to produce 100. E30, we want to produce 50. And you remember those 3, they are only being assembled on working place number 2, and the processing time to produce one is 5 minutes. So what you have to do is only to multiply the number you have to produce. You want to produce the production order number multiplied with the processing time. 500 minutes. No, here 5 multiplied by. So what you have to do is to make the calculation for the rest. For the rest of those, you don't have to do it here. Only here. Look here. I'm calculating item 49. The production order should be 200 multiplied by 6 is 1,200. Okay. I was talking about the setup events. For each production order, you have to calculate the setup events. So, for instance, here, the setup events are, the minimum of setup events will be 1, 2, 3. But it could be more, because in the case that you have to stop a started order because you have not enough material, or you have you have not enough material, either purchasing items or you are waiting for another component. So you have to stop with the job, and probably the system will continue to produce with another job with a lower priority. And when you get the material for the job of a higher priority, he will turn back to this job to finish it. And in this case, we have 2 more setup events. This is, well, it's not a problem on working places where you have only 3 different orders to do. This you can calculate very good, and you also can calculate the schedule and the range of these orders on this working place. But on working places like number 7, I will show it to you. You have much more setup events, not only the number of production orders. Working place number 7, he's working here in this production line to produce mudguards front. He is producing in this production line number 7 to produce mudguard. This is a mudguard rear. It's being produced on the same working places. Look here, it's the same sequence here. It's being working in this production line here. Working place number 7. He is being produced on this production line here. So he has to do a lot of different orders. And well, I will explain it here just to get if you give an order of E13 and you give this order a very high priority, the system will try to produce first E13 on working place 7. But Monday morning, when we are starting the simulation, this production system will be empty. There will be no production order waiting in a waiting queue. So Monday morning, working place number 7 has to wait until you will get the first order to produce item to manufacture item number E13. But he also has to produce E26. And in the case that E26 has a lower priority than E13, well, he will start to produce E26 because he has enough material to do that on working place number 7, so he will start to produce it. But when the first order will arrive here on working place number 7 to produce item number 13 with a higher priority, then he will stop to do this order because this order has a lower priority than item number 13. So he will continue with this one. And in this case, he got a setup event on working place number 7. And now he is switching back to this to this working place. So he has one more setup event, then orders, because afterwards he will continue with this one. When he has finished here, he will continue with this one. So he has not only a number of setup events concerning the number of production orders, he has one more. Just keep it in mind. Don't worry in the first period. You don't have to. You will not have to discuss the order sequences and the setup events. I will give you I will push you because we will try to finish the first period the first day, and well, we will do learning by doing. It's more easy to explain it after the simulation of a first period, and you will get we will discuss it and analyze it together. Okay. So we have to calculate the setup events. How did you have done this? Okay, I showed you one. So you just have to calculate and just calculate the setup events, the number of setup events, depending on these orders here. So in this case here, you have to calculate the setup event for this order, the setup event for this order, and for this order, and also here only three setup events. Only 3 setup events. I think here it's 20, 20, 80 or something like that. I'm not sure yet. No, just make the calculation of a setup events. For each order setup event 20 minutes. Basta. No difference between the setup events. Just make the calculation of each setup event 20 minutes. So it's for each working place it's 60 minutes. Okay. I think you can do it in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, so that we can finish in the right time. Just do it in 10 minutes. We will see us again. So 12:32, 12:30, 32. Okay, we will finish at the right time today. Okay. Just do it. Okay. Let's go on. And we have been here, and you just has to calculate these numbers here. And now we are going on with shop floor scheduling. I told you that we have possibilities for scheduling, either lot sizing on the one side, or we also can give priorities to our production orders. Well, we are talking a lot about throughput times. I just want to give you, I just want to explain. We are talking about throughput time. Sometimes I'm talking about lead times. It's quite the same meaning. Throughput time is the time we need to get something or to walk through the production system. How many times does it need to finish it? Okay, the throughput time, the manufacturing time. Or we are also talking about cycle time, also the same. Lead time, we use it more for the purchase orders or processing time. These are the times to produce something, the production time to produce something. Well, we were already speaking about the lot sizes, and sometimes it's worth to think about lot sizing methods. In the first period, it's not so important, but later on, you have to talk about this in your group. And we can produce either in the complete lot size. So we are calculating the amount we need to produce, and we can produce it. But I already showed you, this takes a lot of throughput time. We can produce in an overlapping way, or we can split our lot sizes. And now this, I repeat once again, if you are producing here the whole lot size, for instance, with setup times here, we will have well, a throughput time of about 1,200. If we will produce it overlapped, that means, and so our system is working. If we have finished, we'll have finished on one working station, we will give it to the next working station, and so on. And the problem also in our production system is that we have a lot of that if we have a longer working step, a longer previous working step on the following working step, we lose capacity. And because he has nothing to do, the system will automatically work on another job with a lower priority. So, but if there will be enough material to continue with the job of a higher priority, he will continue to do this. And in the first period, you shouldn't discuss this. You should know it. You should keep it in mind. And we will discuss this when you have finished, and we will analyze the first period. Well, there are systems. They know this problem and they try to solve the problems. So if you are producing a production order, they will keep back, and you are producing from a intensive working step to a less intensive working step. They keep back different small lot sizes until it will be sure that we can produce the rest of a lot size on the following working place without losing capacity. These are special functions in IT system, and it's possible. Here, it's really extreme. Here, I just wanted to show what will happen if we are doing a splitting of our lot sizes. We will not do it in this way, that we will split an order in 10 different other orders. But probably it would be worth to do it 2 times, 1 or 2 times, to split an order in 2 orders or in 3 orders, because you need very urgently, you need a part of this order. And if you have a splitted order, sure, this splitted order will run much faster through the production system than the whole order will work through the production system. But the negative effect will be that if you have two different orders, the system will calculate also we need 2 times the setup times. And well, this is a negative effect of lot splitting. Well, I don't propose to do it. It's too complicated, and in our simulation study, the throughput time is not so important. It's okay. I want to talk about priority rules. Well, we have the possibility to set up priority rules, but if you are but only one. And if you are using an IT system the system will be able to propose different priority rules. They may be focused depending on the priority rule we are choosing and we are using. They can affect on short throughput time or lead times. They can have a strong effect on low work in progress. They can another effect on low manufacturing costs, high delivery reliability, or shorter delivery time, depending on what kind of priority you are using. And well, there are some special priority rules minimizing. Okay, now these are the goals and scheduling use, like I showed you before, and but there are different priority rules which will be proposed by IT system. There is the first come first served rule. So those production orders which arrive first on the working place will be manufactured first, or earliest due date. So if an order is arriving on the working place, the one who has the earliest due date, delivery day, will be produced first. Shortest or longest processing time. Most time is used the shortest processing time. This means the system is calculating when a new job is a production order is arriving on a working place. The system is calculating the processing time of this order, and he will arrange the priority on this working place depending on the processing time, and he will prefer the shortest the orders with shortest processing time first if we are choosing the shortest processing time. So, well, the effect will be that we will finish a lot of orders, small orders, to the right time, and only the longest and biggest orders probably will get late. The one who is responsible to execute this, he should know if it is possible to get late the longest processing times. Okay. Slack time remaining. The system is just looking for the delivery time and the slack time to the delivery time, and those who have the longest slack time will get the highest priority. The number of remaining operations. The system is just calculating how many calculations do I have work through or working steps, and the one with the longest way to finish will get the highest priority. The setup time. The system is looking for jobs which have the same setup event. So if I don't have to change the tools between two order changes, I don't have setup. Probably I have no setup event. So the system is checking if there are orders, and when we are using the sequence of these special orders, we will not have an additional setup event. The system is calculating the cost situation of different orders and will give the highest priority to the job with the lowest cost rate. Or the system is just giving a renting number to the orders, and depending on the renting number, the smallest one or the highest one, the system will prefer the one or the other order. Okay, also this. Here, just an example of a research study at the university where we have studied the shortest processing time of different orders. The first come, first served orders. The results are being here, and the shortest processing we had a good medium or average of processing time, but we had a lot of them which had less, and a lot of them which had more processing time. Here we had the shortest process time, and you can see here many of our jobs were finished really early, and only a few were late. But you should know that in this case, those few we have here, these are the big orders we had. And then there was one, because this one was developed by one of our colleagues. He wanted to show that his new cost-oriented priority will get better results than all the other ones. But it was not realized because it was too complicated to use it in the daily work. Today, well, I think the way will be to use more and more AI, because here we are just using only special priority rules, and if we can realize AI, maybe they will combine a lot of priority. You can combine a lot of priority rules depending on special situations. Probably they will decide that a very small job will be done today because we have not so much time, and this will be finished. And tomorrow morning he will start with the longest processing time because he has a long day to finish it. And afterwards he will bring two jobs together and the reason will be to save setup time and so on. So I think here AI will be very important for the future. In our system is like that. The sequence we are entering our production orders will also be the priority. So a job we will enter first will get a smaller production order, and smaller production orders always have a higher priority. So the system, for example, on working place number 4 is the final assembly. Here we have 3 different orders, and the system is sequencing these orders, 61 with the highest priority, 62 with the second priority, 63 with third priority, because the way we entered it was in this sequence, first 61, then 62, then 63. But how is the system working? The system, when those 3 working places are on these jobs are waiting on a working place, the system will be free. The system will check if there is enough material to work a small lot size of 10 of production order number 61. If there is not enough material, he will continue to produce, or he will start to produce order number 62. But in the case that he will have enough material to continue with 61, he will stop with his job and he will continue with 61. all systems will work in this way, and we cannot change it. We have a possibility to set other priority rules, but in this game we will not use it. Okay, we are talking about shop floor scheduling. Well, and controlling. Every week, after every simulation, after every week, you will get information about the delivery reliability. Delivery reliability is the delivery quantity at the right time to the delivery. Okay, it's a number of orders, production orders, customer orders we delivered to the right time compared with the whole number of production orders which were to deliver. So if we had to deliver 150 and we only deliver 100, probably we have a delivery reliability of 70%. So 70 divided by 100. Efficiency, productive time compared with a possible capacity we had. If we have no overtime and we have 2,400 minutes possible capacity, if we have overtime, it will be compared with the first shift and the overtime. If we have two shifts, this productive time will be compared with the time of the two shifts. We get information about the average store value, but we also get the information about the store value at the end of a period. But the average store value is really important to calculate the warehouse costs. Depending on the average stock value, the system is calculating the warehouse costs at the end of the period. And it is very, very, the system is, it's doing the way, probably we are starting with this amount of value in a warehouse and for some time, and then we have to deliver something, then we get material because we bought material, and we used it and so on. So the situation is like that. And the system is calculating always the time in which the warehouse value was equal and is calculating the warehouse cost rate with this time here. Then he is calculating the next time frame. Here is calculating the warehouse cost rate, the warehouse cost, and so on. And at least at the end of a period, the system is calculating the average of the warehouse cost. So it's real exact how the system is calculating. And every time when we get 10 items more into the warehouse because we finished those on a working place, the system is calculating a new average of warehouse value. Or every time when we get a purchase order into the warehouse, the system is calculating a new average of warehouse value. And at least we get the average of a warehouse value. And this is the basis to calculate the warehouse costs. We get information about the throughput and the cycle times for the production orders. We get information about the production costs, and in the production costs, we have material costs, labor costs, machine costs, idle time costs, and storage costs. Those two costs here are overhead costs. And overhead costs, probably you know this, are calculated on the finished products. Also here it's like that. Every week, the system is calculating the operational costs for the different products we are producing, and before delivering to the customer, the system is calculating the idle time and storage costs and is adding in addition is calculating these idle time costs on top of the operational costs of the final products. And at least the system is calculating the profit of each cycle. So the operational cost for the bike and the difference between the cost price we ask on the market, and for the standard products P1, P2, and P3, the sales department is selling. We get 200 euros for each bike. So the system is calculating the profit the way that it is calculating the operational costs or the cost price minus the operational cost, and the difference will be the operational profit, and this multiplied by the number of bikes which are sold in the special period will be the profit overall. You don't have to do it. You will get this information after each simulation period. Okay. To calculate the operational profit, the system is calculating the material costs, the labor and machine costs. It's calculating the idle time, and on top of the finished products we have to deliver, the system is calculating the idle time costs and the proportional storage costs. We have no quality check and quality control costs because we are not simulating these. Now here you get all the most important information you need all over the simulation. I will bring you a copy of these information so that you for each group. I will take it with me because we have no printer in our room, and so you will get this basic data to handle it easier than to look every time into the manual. Okay, and the slides. There are several other assumptions or exercises you can do. We will not do it today. And well, if we have time, we will talk about this, but don't do it here. And I will check which one will be interesting for your exercise. You should do, and for preparing the exam at least. Okay. Now I have an operational question for you. We decided to have groups of 6. Just let me finish. I will close it. Okay. We decided to have groups of 6, and you can help me to say to register the groups. I will explain it how we can do it. First of all, the link to the simulation game will be this one. HTTPS www.scm-planspiel.de. No, it's okay. Can you see it? I cannot make it bigger. I also can send it to you if you want, or you write it. Can you read it?
Can you copy and pass to the chat?
I put it in a Dropbox. Okay.
Now you can copy and paste in the chat box, and you can send to the other.
Just wait, just wait. I will give it to. I will give it just wait. Here. I I will put it in the Dropbox. But here you. Okay. No, just to have it yet. Afterwards, I will put it in the Dropbox. Okay. If you use this one, www.SCM, supply chain management minus it's simulation game.de slash SES underscore 15. This is important. I will try if it is working without index. I think it's good without index. I will put this in the Dropbox. And I will check if it is if you need index. I don't think so. No, this is not slash index. Okay, we need index. Yeah, okay. Now, I wanted to ask you, please send me, we have 6 groups. Do you have a moderator of your group? I need one of you because I need one address from each group. If you can give me the number of if you can send me, each group should send me one address of your group, and I will send to your groups the login to your group. Yeah?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, just one of your groups will send me his address, his email address, and so I will send you the login of your group. Okay? So, and now I will see, just wait. And then you can, when you have your login, you will have VGU, I think, number 2. Kinda, I'm not sure. Zwei, eins. No, I'm not sure. Well, I have to look for the logging of groups. I will not send it to all. No. Log. Huh? Mhm. I have problems to enter. Just wait. I have some. Admin. Ah, now I know what happened. Ah, GPE it is. Okay. Okay, once again, you can start. So your login will be GPE 25. Yeah, we are starting with 2, and 2 will get a password. So, and here you can enter your name and your email address, especially for your group. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Can you repeat again for the password?
Well, I will send
Okay.
to your
Mm.
project manager or moderator in your group, the one who will send me his I will send him the login. I will tell him, well, you are group number 1, and group number 1 will be VGU 25-1, or group number 2, VGU 25, number 3, and so on, or 2 or 3. And you will
Yeah.
get the login. Okay. And then please, everyone of your group can enter here, group members, English, group members can enter here, and you can enter here your name and your email address. So I know which one is in which group. And if I want to send your emails or information, I can send it to your group, and I also have a possibility to send it to all of the students. It's easy to handle it for me. Okay. So, and if you are going on, if you want to simulate, I just want to show you how it's working. You go here. Now I entered with group number 1. You get just to give you an idea. Here you have to you will be proposed the sales data. The sales data you have to deliver in the next period. We didn't talk about direct sales because these are special sales you can make. So in the first period, it's not interesting, but and in the first period you get the orders, the sales orders you have to deliver. These are 150, 150. You don't have to change. You go to the next page, and you enter here what you want to we want to buy article number 21. Probably an amount from 300, and we will order it in a fast way. We also have other order modes, but I didn't explain it. Or we can order item number 22. Here I wanna order 600 in a normal order. Here you are entering the production numbers. No E, only 1. I want to produce 100. From item number 10, I know this is a mudguard. We want to produce 50. And from 26, this is a pedal group. We want to produce 300. Okay, next. Here we can enter how many shifts and overtime. The first shift is default. So you cannot delete it, and you cannot fire the first shift. But every week you can decide if you want to ask for a second shift, or you want to ask for overtime on working place number 7. He's really busy. Here we want to give him 20 minutes a day. It's 20 overtime in minutes a day. I will give him 30 minutes, half an hour. He gets half an hour overtime every day. And on working place number 4, number 2, well, this is not right. I give it to working place number 8. Number 8, I will give it to him, 2 shifts. So, and this is all. These are results of your planning, and I'm sure you need one day to do the planning for the first period. You got a lot of information. I will help you, and then we can do the simulation. And very quickly we get the results. You can see the production orders on the different working place. No, we didn't want to. We haven't had a lot of production orders here, but you can see the 14 production working places which are active, and here you can see the production orders and order numbers, and you can check You can see here we have setup times between, because these small lot size takes more time than this one. And I know here the system is also calculating the setup time and so on. We can walk through the different steps. You can see you will get a new warehouse situation. In the beginning, I will give you the warehouse situation. You will get it on the paper. You get information about the purchasing orders you get the last period. You get in the last period in the past period. You get information about the actual. You get information about the purchasing orders you are waiting for, and you get the information at what time you will get it. You can see what happened in the warehouse. Looking for item number 1, we were producing item number 1. And here you can see we were starting the first day and we were producing 10 in the first shift. The second shift, the system was not producing. In the second shift, in the third shift also not. And then it's like that the customer is coming to get the sold material, the sold items P1. Every day 1/5, but we will discuss this next week. Or we wanted to produce E26. I think I can remember E26. Here you can see E26 is the pedal group, and the pedal group we need to assemble a P1, P2, and P3. And you can see here the time when we are producing, when we are sampling the finished products P1. We need these items from the warehouse, and in the meantime we are reproducing these items because I ordered 600 new E26, and he was doing this. You can calculate 10. So he was producing the 300 if he had enough material, and so on. If you will get information about waiting lists. And we have a group benchmark. Here you can see, here you can compare your results with the other groups. Okay, and this will be interesting just after the second period. In the first period, well, it's not so different because we are all starting with the same company and with the same conditions. But later on, there will be a lot of difference between the groups. And okay. Completed orders, and we get an overview about the whole key data. Well, we had to deliver 350. We only delivered, no, we have to deliver 450, and we only delivered 350. So the delivery reliability was 77%, and the idle time was 33,000 minutes. The cost of the idle time was 70,000 euros. The stock value was 262. This is the average of stock value. So we had to pay for the second warehouse 6,640 and so on. And this we will do 7 weeks, and it will get more and more. In the beginning, well, it's complicated because you get a lot of information, but it's easy to make it. And later on, well, you will get additional orders, or you will get waiting queues and so on. So you have enough problems to discuss in your group over the next 7 periods. That's it. Okay. So just send me the email. Probably you can do it this evening. Just send me a mail and no more. Just to give you the login of your group. Okay. So I finished, and I wish you a nice Sunday evening, and we see us next weekend at, well, I will try to be there at 8:15, and yeah, depending on the bus, I will take the bus. There's a direct bus line from the hotel to your classroom in the 7th floor. I got this information. We will meet us. See you. Okay, and just try to finish the assignments we have done, and okay. See you. Okay. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I already sent you an email for our group. Yeah.
Yeah. Who is this?
Mr. Tree, TRI. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And nice weekend.
Thank you. Nice afternoon. There is a hotel. Go by the hotel. I started at 7 o'clock. Now it's 1 o'clock. 1:15. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye.